Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We've got an exciting day to cover here from Karen Reed, day 13. So welcome on in, everyone. I wanted, though, to start out by playing a quick little clip from day 11, which I noticed was especially funny when I was doing timestamps. Let me see where this is. It's at the end. I'm looking for the end across here.
I have no further questions. Thank you for answering.
Literally, this is exactly where I wanted. Okay, so this is really funny. So listen to how this. I noticed this again when I was doing timestamps. The what she says here at the end of cross.
That's okay. I have no further questions. Thank you for answering my questions, Miss Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day. Which is really funny because there's going to be recross. But check it out. Watch Breenan.
For answering my questions, Miss Hyde.
Thank you for your questions. Have a great day.
Let's redirect.
Thank you.
And then watch how awkward this is. I love it. So great. So great. I just thought that was funny. Welcome, Kid Smiths. So also, I wanted to say that just to recap, we covered a lot of ground last night with days 11 and 12, and there were a number of things that we sort of unearthed / discovered here in the Squirrel Crew that were noteworthy, and I wanted to just sort of summarize those as well for anyone who will be on replay crew for those. Timestamps are done for day 11, and I'm still working on day 12. But some of the things that we confirmed, which were interesting, was as it pertains to Sarah Levinson and Connor Keefe, where he was confronted with Trooper Proctor, and it was like, did you both interview her or whatever? And he seemed to not have any recollection of that. We went back and confirmed from Sarah Levinson's testimony when she's asked who she was interviewed by, she states without any uncertainty whatsoever, very clearly, she was interviewed by Trooper Proctor. So that confirms that A, Michael Proctor fabricated that, right? Connor Keefe was not there. And B, Connor Keefe lied on the stand to say that he was there when in fact he wasn't. So he was covering for Proctor. Also, welcome on in, Clerk Too Cute by Half. Happy to see you again. A second thing that was noteworthy, as it pertains to the shoe, one thing that I noticed was that we went back and looked at the shoe from last year versus this year, and the shoe should be in exactly the same condition when it was. So when the shoe was put back into the evidence bag last year and then taken out again this year, it was tied differently. It was tied last year and untied this year. I don't know that anyone else really noticed that, but that's crazy. Like, how would that happen, right? It's just put back in the evidence bag. It should be untouched. It was, and again, it'll be time stamped, but the laces are completely different. So that was noteworthy. Another thing was we confirmed that the pocket on John O'Keefe's jeans was intact. So if you guys remember when they were showing the jeans, if you guys noticed, the back pocket was like ripped, kind of like it was like the back right pocket, but it looked kind of like it had been cut. But we confirmed that it was intact at the very least up until while they were at the bar, because in the surveillance camera footage from CF McCarthy's, you actually see John O'Keefe take his phone out of that back right pocket and put it back into that back right pocket several times over. And so that confirms that that back right pocket was there intact, up until right before whatever happened, and he was found. Okay. And then the fourth thing that was a major thing was the Commonwealth's bigger theory. So this started to sink in with the clip that they played where the interview clip where it's like, what is it? So, oh, right. So it's like Karen saying basically it's either me or her, right? like it's either me or Jen, one of us is going down or whatever. And I was like, wait, are they trying to say that Karen is trying to frame Jen? Well, that became even more clear when on direct examination with Yuri Bukhenik, the Commonwealth played a series of videos that didn't come in last year, all from the Ring doorbell camera footage, one after another. And it became clear that they were, what Hank, I think, is going to, I think what he will argue in closing, right, is that the fact that there's a timestamp of her connecting to Wi-Fi, but that video is missing from showing the car pulling up. But there's the videos from before, and then there's the video after where she bumps into John's car. I think what Hank is going to argue is that she had this whole thing planned, like that she planned it out to stage it, right? So that the taillight was cracked from hitting John O'Keefe, according to the Commonwealth. And then she comes home or goes back to John's, deletes that allegedly, right? That Ring doorbell footage. So you can't see the condition of the taillight at that point. And then on purpose doesn't delete when she's leaving because she bumps into his car, and that this whole thing was planned so that then she could try to make it seem like that's how she cracked her taillight. Essentially, what it all boils down to is what the Commonwealth, I think, is going to argue in closing is that it's the other way around. Like that Karen planned this whole thing and staged it, staged the whole thing with the taillight and bumping into John's car on purpose, and then tried to do a cover-up by blaming Jen. Essentially, the complete, it's like everything that the defense is arguing, but flipped, which is wild. It's like, you know, I was making the comparison last night to Charlie Adelson with like the triple extortion inception thing. It's like that. It's like saying, no, it's not that there's a cover up by law enforcement and that they're all trying to frame Karen to protect Jen and McAlberts. It's the other way around. Karen planned this whole thing and she staged all this and she's trying to frame Jen, which is wild, right, man? Right. Well, no, it's just welcome and needs some saying Karen didn't delete me. It was suggested, in my opinion, from when we were watching those surveillance or the Ring surveillance camera videos, right, from One Meadows, the way that Hank Brennan presented those and specifically pointed out the timestamp, but that there's no video of that. That's what he's suggesting. I'm not saying she deleted anything. I'm saying this is what I think. In other words, this is a completely different theory, next level theory that I think is what Hank Brennan is going to be arguing. The way that it was lined up with that interview clip with Jen, with Karen saying it's either me or her, referencing Jen, and then playing all those, and the way he asked those questions, those of you guys who saw it will remember what I'm talking about. It was like, holy shit. Because I was asking the question, I was like, why is he playing all of these, right? And at first it was like, okay, it's establishing that the taillight was intact from the morning of the 28th and 29th or whatever, right? It was intact. We see her leaving in the morning or whatever. But then it was like, well, why is he continuing to play all these? And the only reason that makes sense is to establish that all these other times of coming and going or whatever are there, but the one at 12:36 when she comes home is missing, right? So that's what I think of that one there. I mean, 100 couldn't agree more here. Need some Z's, right? I think that's what he's doing. I think he's taking the defense's theory and he's basically stealing it and going to try to flip it and reverse it like Missy Elliott. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? That's what I think he's doing. I mean, that's what it's like he's stealing the theory. It's like Karen replayed this whole thing. She's a mastermind. You know, meanwhile, she's supposed to have been doing all this while being drunk, according to the Commonwealth, right? Like staged this whole thing with the taillight and like bumping into John's vehicle on purpose to try to make it seem like that's how she cracked. Like, that's what I think he's going to fucking argue and then try to blame Jen. Isn't that wild? And when you think back to his opening statements, he did say, and I actually pointed it out at the time. I was like, why is he saying cover? In opening statements, Brennan actually references, this is when her cover-up began. That's what he says. He said, this is when her cover-up began. And I was like, what? Her cover-up? And I thought maybe he was just confused but now it makes sense. He's trying to take the whole thing and flip it. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah. So anyway, but this day was crazy. So let's jump right on in here to the insanity. And I've seen bits and pieces of this. I've not seen all of it. So this is going to be exciting. All right, on the record, here we go. You're still on the road, it says. Well done.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And this is the great point here from Kit Smiths, right? If I were in the Karen Reed is totes guilty camp, I'd be able to buy Karen Reed masterminding her own cover up, but I'm not, and so I see flaws in that theory. And that's a great point because, as we all know, this is one of the things, right? If you're an attorney, regardless, for either party, you want to get the jury with you from the get-go, from opening statements. And if the jury's with you, you want them to view all the evidence that's coming in from the way you want them to view it. So if they're with you from the get-go, like Kit's is saying here, then that's how they're totally going to be interpreting that evidence, this evidence, right? And sadly, they might be able to somehow set aside the investigation and the red solo cups and all the rest, shockingly, right? But it's like putting blinders on, right? If they're like already with you from the get-go. So we'll see.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The
I
exact
thought this was interesting. Black plastic. I feel like this is the first we've heard of black plastic. And why is there black plastic?
number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Let's do that real quick.
Okay, Coach, did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important
Great point again.
part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Yeah.
Can you describe for the jurors?
Point here. If it's a reach for the dispense, oh my God, dispense. If it's a reach for the defense, right, to go with a conspiracy theory, then what's fair is fair, right? Then, yep, 100%. You can easily say, yeah, that's overreaching for the Commonwealth to do that as well. Yeah, I mean, needs and Z's. I think you're in good company here saying there's no possible way I can look at the evidence and the sneaky behavior of law enforcement and the prosecutor and think for a second that Karen is guilty or at the very least proven guilty, but 100%. I don't think anyone will disagree with you on that for sure. But as we all know, again, last year surprised, I think, everybody, right? I mean, I know I for sure was, I know we were all, I speak for us here as the Squirrel Crew, that it was shocking. So it's just scary. It's just scary. Thank you so much. I was reminding everyone to hit the like. That's funny. Thank you for that, Iowa. The way you'd want to hit Bukhenik.
Exactly where each of let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found.
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times.
Excavated thing is new this trial. I don't remember it from last trial, and I was commenting on this last night. I think it's hilarious. I think it's a hilarious word to use. When I think of excavation, I think of like a bulldozer and like, you know, like pulling up the earth, right? Anyway, but yeah, they seem to be fond of that this time around.
And it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, let me approach this, but would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from
Without pulling out a measuring tape. Yeah. Why would you bother? Because, you know, they don't measure, you know. So also I was going to note, we do have a squirrel friend, shout out to Mary, who is, to my knowledge, right now in Colorado, studying some owls. She's an archaeologist, and hopefully she'll be able to join us. But I bet she's got like the actual, you know, archaeologist level definition of what an excavation is. And I would love to hear what she says about that. So
from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
oh Lord, the evidence was speaking to us. Not again, you guys. What? Oh my God. Trooper Paul moment right there.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's that's important.
Words matter.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is a cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass.
That's right. I forgot about this from last year, that the initial theory was that maybe she threw a glass at him and the glass hit him, right? Not the vehicle.
A strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information.
And their initial thought wasn't hit by a car for obvious reasons.
So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements.
We got the statements of I hit him, right? And again, what's so interesting, like I hit him could be with anything. Just to reiterate, right? Like I hit him. If they're initially thinking, throwing a cocktail glass, then that could still be consistent if you're going off of what you're hearing, or could I have hit him? Did it, whatever the fuck, right? Even if you're thinking it's affirmative, I hit him, you could still hit him with a glass, hit him with your fist, hit him with your shoe, whatever. But it is interesting how quickly they were able to throw that out the window once, and then go with the car thing.
And collecting evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up Webster's dictionary? You want to take
Oh my God.
pull up the Webster's dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote.
I want to note something real quick. So I noticed this yesterday or whatever, Dawn Direct, right? Didn't he say that he emigrated to the US when he was 10? Because it blows my mind he doesn't have an accent. And for those of you guys who didn't know this, I am nearly fluent in Russian, and I also speak a little bit of Ukrainian. And so when he says English is a third language for him, yes, accurate, right? If you're raised in the Ukraine, they are raised, well, some places in the Ukraine, I think it's changing now, but it used to be before the invasion there, that the dominant language was Russian, right? Like, and essentially everybody in Ukraine speaks Russian, and some people also speak Ukrainian and Russian. So like, for example, like my Russian teacher that I had was actually Ukrainian. And like, he said that like he was raised speaking both, but primarily when you're out talking to people, they would be speaking Russian, but like, his family would just switch back and forth between Ukrainian and Russian, so that you're bilingual basically, right? Just in Ukrainian and Russian, and then English would be a third language. So I definitely think that's accurate, but it's weird to me that he doesn't have an accent though. Just saying.
You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out the gibberish what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material. And
On the screen there, by the way, that's theory in Russian, teoria.
14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Right?
Yes.
Sounds like
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
teoria.
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot
Oh,
cross
wow.
coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? You take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that. Pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I do not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different,
Exact location is the same general vicinity. Oh, God.
if we located these items across the street, a different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
So here's what he's getting at,
What's
here,
that?
right? This might feel a little bit arduous. What he's getting at is that all these other pieces of taillight that were subsequently found, there's no photographs and there's no documentation. I mean, it's insane.
Documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items.
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report.
Oh my God.
That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach on?
Yes. So I remember this from last year. I think this is the bag, and I remember this. I think this.
Yes, I do. Items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at it, John. May I approach on?
Yes.
The issue was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Yeah.
Does this look like?
I remember this from last year. Do you guys remember this from last year? I don't know why, but last year when they pulled this up, my instinct right off the bat was I saw this handwriting and I was like, I just had a gut feeling that this was Proctor's handwriting. I don't know why, just because it looks It just looks like what I would imagine Proctor's handwriting looks like. But I remember this came out last year.
That you just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
That's what she said.
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date. I'm sorry, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence, is that correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And indication location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
Yeah,
And
crazy.
you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
Oh my God.
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the
Oh my God, hold on. This part is so epic. I want to watch this at normal speed. The way that Jackson says this question of he goes, who did this is like a movie right here, guys.
I do not know.
who did?
This reminds me of a little kid. We're gonna have to watch this more time. This reminds me of a little kid getting scolded, right? Like when you've got a sibling, or there's more than one sibling or whatever. And it's like, they think they know which kid did it. And it's like, they're trying to blame their brother or sister or whatever. And it's like, who, whatever, ate all the cookie, it's like, who did? You guys.
Fill this bag out, did you?
Wow.
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Crazy.
I don't know.
Oh my
You don't
God.
recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
Yeah.
Now, at this point, here's what I would have done differently, though, if I were AJ. Hold on. Where would I have done it? Before this question, I would have said, okay, can we have the lights up, please? So that the jury can see him better.
You didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I don't know.
Oh my
You don't
God.
recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustain.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
them?
This is insane. The way he's saying this, he does not. So, and again, as far as forged is concerned, right? This is forged, but also this is not the only thing. I mean, at the very least, again, we confirmed that it was forged as to Connor Keefe being present for the interview of Sarah Levinson. But I think that now if we were to go back and look at any of the times that the defense is asking these questions about like, were you, to different law enforcement, like, were you there for this such and such thing? It's probably because they know that they weren't there, which is wild. But yeah, we did confirm for sure at the very least that Sarah Levinson, but this is forged. And again, this came out last year, but the way this is coming out this year is way more painful to watch and way more epic and brutal.
Told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was,
Wow.
I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
there?
Oh my God.
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it.
Oh my God.
Whoever wrote it.
On.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights up.
To the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize.
Wow.
Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. So this is part of every piece of evidence. You think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities.
Oh my God.
Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
Everyone?
Yep.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Bukhenik?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger,
Ha! Wow.
right?
That's a ridiculous
Oh my God.
suggestion.
Is it really though? Is it really though? Is it really though? Wow. Wow.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Mhm.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing,
And
not
this
dozens,
is-
maybe hundreds of times.
And
correct?
this is literally because now they're just going to show that it's his handwriting. I mean,
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
probably is hundreds of times though.
Recognize generally what that is.
Handwritten notes from
Aha.
possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals
Apparently saying something.
interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Oh,
So you don't know?
Well, you provided a document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
well, I got it from you.
oh my
I
God.
didn't see me write that.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my God.
Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
This is just so much more brutal than the first trial. What I remember.
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested
Oh my God.
in the purple tab. Do you see a series of
Wow.
handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If
See
these,
the highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in the highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document,
Sure.
please?
Twiz is asking a $1 million question here. When Karen Reed said she dropped John O'Keefe off at the house, why didn't they investigate the house? Well, I think we know why, and I think it was in the text messages. I mean, we heard it from Trooper Proctor himself, right? And it was in opening statements. He's a boss, or what is it? What is it? he's a Boston cop too, or he's a cop too, or whatever it was. Because somebody asked Proctor, right? Like, oh, did you go inside the house? And it was like, no, because it's a cop or whatever it was. I'm sure you guys remember what I'm referencing there. Only fan. I would stand still read it.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item.
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, you know, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
Oh my God.
So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
He's
So
just,
from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's leave the least real.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location,
he's just.
the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you
He's
know?
really pulling like an Alex Murdoch here, where it's like he's being confronted with all these things that are like proving that there's lies going on here. That first of all, Proctor lied by falsifying evidence. Second of all, he's lying now on the stand, and he's just literally making up more things as he goes along. It's the web of lies.
Time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out,
Oh my God.
correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
Oh my God.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence
I want
log?
to also point out that last year, the way they did this with the handwriting thing with Trooper Proctor, the way they got this in last time was it was actually through the forensic experts, which they haven't, or not experts, but from the trial, they haven't testified yet this trial, by the way. Remember, they had all the people that came in and said, here's all the pieces of glass that fit together, and here's all the pieces of taillight that fit together. And then they talked about the DNA and the hair and all that. There was a number of different people that came in. The way that it was shown last year about how this was fabricated, was forged, right? That Trooper Proctor was writing Bukhenik's name was by, they showed that same manila envelope that we just saw. And then they showed like another, then they showed other things that had that handwriting on it. Like they showed them back to back. And then I think they showed something that had Trooper Bukhenik's handwriting and it was different. So like they were literally just going through like with the forensics people, like this thing was done by this person, but like what it was showing in the way that the questioning was done was you were seeing it on the, projector or whatever, and you were seeing the handwriting, and that's how it was like, and they did it in a way that was really masterful because they weren't actually asking the witnesses about that, right? But the way they're asking the questions, you could see that that's what was that there was a problem there. So I'm just thinking about that because those witnesses haven't they haven't come in yet this trial. And so any ability that the defense will have to then show something else with the other handwriting would, I guess, happen later. But now this is already going to be at the forefront of the jury's mind, hopefully, when those witnesses come in. So
Things of that nature. Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
the good thing you got started earlier than Candace, huh? You can go to bed early.
Mr. Jackson?
I think I've just, the two documents, tell me whether or not you recognize them. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Hey, gonna take a look. Gonna take a look. Take a look. In a book. Reading Rainbow.
Recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
What possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, then I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
Oh my
You say turn them over. You're talking about turning over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be.
Any documentation, you're looking at the logs, you can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
No.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab.
It's actually really important because where was it for over a month, right? we have February 10th with all kinds of issues because it looks like it was Trooper Proctor that wrote it, signing Bukhenik's name. The location just says 34 Fairview. There's all kinds of issues with that already. But then there's no documentation of its whereabouts until over a month later.
For processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry, Mr.
just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
False.
You're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
We'll reflect on it.
Yes.
Evidence submission to the crime lab,
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
I mean, like,
You're
we already
also-
knew this was going to be the answer. So, like, why? Just why? Tell me
Where
why.
that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think, a direct examination yesterday that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Pages, please, and let me know when
Yeah,
finished.
one thing I will say that made this less effective in some ways is not having some of these documents ready because, you know, having so much time in between some of this kind of can diminish the impact, right? Plus the jury might not, you know, we're watching it faster and skipping forward. And if you're the jury though, that can feel like a lot of time and then they might kind of, you know, zone out a little bit, but okay, has to be done. I'm going to make a poll with Candace's question.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir,
There's here.
what do
Woo!
those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, what's
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black Taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with
Great point.
information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marks and introduce this next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
When did Smartwater change their logo to black? Okay.
Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag.
Literally, this is what I was just referencing. Hold on, that's a squirrely crystal ball moment. Well, not exactly, kind of. This is literally what I was saying. Let me move this. This is what I was saying. So when you look at this, right? Okay. And remember the one we just saw? Actually, let's look at them side by side. 5730. I'm going to come right back to them. Let's look at this. This is the point I wanted to make. Or I was talking about how it was made last year. And again, this was made initially with the forensics people last year, who haven't testified yet. But I'm going to show. We're going to do a side by side moment. If I can find it. Okay, here we go. Take a look. Take a look. All right. Look. Look at the handwriting. We have that. And it says Sergeant Bukhenik. And now we're going to go right back to where we were. To here. And it says Trooper Proctor. There is no doubt, if you're on the jury, this has answered that question. For if you weren't already sold on him being like, he's like, who did? And he's like, them, like a little, I mean, if that wasn't enough, now you have it before your eyes, and this is insane. There you go. Excellent.
Case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed,
Look at me now. What is that?
the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks.
I mean, how can he, why he's covering for Proctor so hardcore, and it's wild to me, because this is like Alex Murdoch being confronted with the freaking kennel video. It's like, how can you still deny it? Ugh.
From the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Wilk? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by crime lab. These the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
Uh-oh.
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There are several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate.
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with court's permission. We can leave this up.
Turn the lights
Can
on.
you leave that up, Mr. Wolf?
Me home.
All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected,
I think that was intentional. You guys think that was intentional?
Before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14 the day prior. Yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. General,
Yes.
how big is that?
That's what she asked.
The whitest part.
That's what she asked.
At the whitest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay.
Oh my
That's
God, you guys.
6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Wait, is that true? If that's true, I never knew that. 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill. You guys, though. You guys.
Size of this, according to the ruler. General,
Hi, Jennifer.
Yes.
how big is that?
Just in time.
The whitest part. And
At the whitest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 to 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
A little bit more than,
If I saw that
more than 6 inches.
item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says. Yes.
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
We can take that down.
For anyone just now getting here, make sure you check out the poll in the
May I
chat.
approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is
Approach. Approach.
Are you familiar with that document? When I say that's a bad question, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It is 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And,
7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7/16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, right?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated.
You'll take a look at those 4
Oh my
documents.
God, not that again. I hate it when I accidentally do that. Hold on. Sorry, guys. That's so annoying. We hadn't gotten to there yet. Doo-doo-doo. Okay.
That was it, okay. Still some snow on the
We simply allowed,
items.
yes. First time I collected.
You collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When you
Yes.
collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th? No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself.
The item revealed itself. It's like putting all the blame on the item itself. Like it just magically appeared. Like no one handled it. No one put it there. No one touched it. Blame it on the item. Blame it on the item. Blame it on the taillight. It's not our fault. It just magically appeared. It's crazy.
And I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
Break it down. Down, down, baby, down, ba-da-da-da-da,
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the
Oh my God, is he going to do the whole thing about the Bryans grappling with each other? I hope not.
Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
I bet he is.
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, wait, are they not going into the video? Are they going into the text messages? I can't remember where that was in cross, but oh my God.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
Oh my God.
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
boy.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communications between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about?
Actually, it's great that he's answering it this way because this is how they're going to be able to get into it, right? He's like, I need to be able to see it. I mean, fine. Like, let's take a look. It's in a book. Because there will be no doubt once no one's going to be able to look at these. And there's a lot of words you could use, but no one could deny that they are not, at the very least, flirtatious.
A kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, that either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach her?
Yes.
So remember, of course, I'm sure you guys know last year, of course, Higgins had to read these for the jury. And these are coming in this time through Trooper Bukhenik, which this is probably one of my favorite parts of the day. I haven't seen all of it. Again, I haven't seen all of the day. So I'm saying that I haven't seen the whole day. But this is just so much better, in my opinion. Fender, it's on 1.5, but for the text message,
Dan, so
are you saying 1.5 for the text messages though?
please, Sergeant. So how are we going to get, I know you're very careful about not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Bukhenik to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and
Okay. And I need copies as well. So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that'd be great. No, that won't save time, actually.
I was thinking I would put it on 1.25 for the text.
No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right.
Sorry.
We'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay. They're going on break. So it's yeah, again, it's on 1.5.
Appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? What's been marked as evidence item?
Yes, I do.
Does that a copy of that page that you saw this morning from the court's permission?
All right.
Your Honor, may I, with court permission, put a side by side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
Yes.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Handwriting.
May I inquire? Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly?
A text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins, the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that Brian Higgins and Karen Reed.
This is what was provided.
I'd like,
So we're going to mark this for
Right.
Identification.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There's the fan. Geez, Louise.
We're really trying to messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Is it 150?
And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
150.
Thank you. Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? The picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
So I think it's actually more cringy when someone else has to read other people's like embarrassing text messages. Like,
Just make it a little bit easier for everybody. Which text is from whom? Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say.
okay, sorry.
So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have
I was
that
just-
this
no.
document here.
What I was gonna say is that like for example with Trooper Greeno having to read John and Karen's text messages, I think this is, and it's what's really funny is he changes over the course of reading these. I noticed a change in Yuri Bukhenik where he really starts to get into character, and it is like freaking amazing. And I it's really funny. So that's one of the reasons why I love this.
And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
Yeah, them being on the screen is really necessary to get the context. So
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Texas sauce.
Okay.
we know.
Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where you, thank you.
Wow, she was
Turn
like
the lights on. Can you see it, Sergeant, with the, I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please.
weird. She looks happy there. I don't think I've ever seen her smile like that before, like a real smile.
All right, can we turn the lights on? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Ron.
Excited. I mean, this to me was like a highlight of a whole thing. Like,
Okay, thank you.
I love this. Now, again, I haven't even seen all of it yet, but this is like amazing. So I want to put it like, and I can, if there's space in between, I'll just fast forward. But like the way, because the way he gets into character is great.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number?
I mean, remember, so again, these are not, this is why this is so funny to me, because it's like he hasn't actually seen these in a long time, right? It's not like he knows what's coming. Like Higgins, for example, would kind of have an idea what the context was, what's coming. This is like, it's like if you're just presented with this and you just have to read it out loud for the world, and you're being two different people and they're going back and forth with this type of messaging. And anyway, okay. Yeah.
Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not.
Yeah, so part of it is because he's already started. No dice on the Smirnoff. I think it really needs to be normal speed because the inflection, right? This is him getting into character. So like with Trooper Garino, right? He read everything with just a flat affect, and when Higgins read it, I feel like he was also trying to do it with a flat affect. For the most part. Like in other words, of all the people reading text messages, this is the most theatrical. And so like this is like I would have to be reading. It would be even more so if I was reading these, right? Like I would have to give it context. But what's funny is you can see how he's trying to almost be like, I don't think he's even doing it on purpose, but he has like a different voice for Karen. You guys, listen.
I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not.
He's actually reading it so that it's like you can understand, you can see how it's an actual conversation. Like he's trying to make it not make sense, but you know what I mean? Like to where it's like a conversation. I don't know.
Tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits.
Me too, Twiz.
Thought of me and everyone's grandfather.
Make that too.
I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say?
Exactly.
Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy.
This is amazing, you guys. We never get things in trial. This is a rare treat. This is a rare treat. This is just.
I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month. 19.
You could do. This is why the thumbnail says, "Did Yuri Bukhenik miss his calling as a thespian?" Because it's like he could do a one-man. You know how they do, like, there's those things where, like, in theater, there's like one-man shows. He could do a one-man show of the text messages from this trial, and I would totally go. Like, skip being a police officer, get out of law enforcement, and do one-man shows of text messages.
18th through the 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive?
I'm surprised they didn't. Normally they have to figure out ahead of time how they're going to deal with something like that. And you can hear him trying to think, dude, this is hilarious. He's thinking about it. And I was thinking about it. I was literally thinking, how's he going to deal with this?
Come.
Hold on.
So you claim.
Now he's thinking. What do I do? Do I read all this?
Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day.
I don't think those came in last trial because I would remember that.
I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton.
Yeah, these are new. The Brockton, the street cred.
LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny.
Oh my God, did he laugh? Did he laugh because he thought that was funny?
Well, that's how I got my street cred. Funny.
Do you guys hear that? It sounds like maybe he's laughing, kind of. Like, he's like enjoying this. Dude.
Well, that's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me.
Agree, Kitsmits.
How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work?
I'm laughing for many reasons, but one of them is like, what? How did, like, it seems like with this conversation, he should already know this answer. I'm just surprised that he's asking this question, but the way that Yuri reads this is freaking hilarious, dude. I love it.
That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria,
He says, "Oh, really? Wow, he's really bringing these to life."
adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that?
Yes.
Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC.
That did not come in last trial because I would remember that because Good Will Hunting is a great movie.
Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whacker then.
Oh my God. The way he says lot with more inflection because it's in caps. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wow. Wow.
You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whacker then.
Bravo. Well
Weed
done.
whackers, excuse me.
Well done.
Nope, never. It was my one-time thing.
Okay.
It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
So you guys remember this whole thing with the weed whacker? I think we get a picture here. And there it is.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in.
Literally, he said he was kind of a loner. Literally, in the Blue Bubbles, he was like, "I'm quiet, da 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 da." You know, he didn't say loner, but he literally said that. That's why she's saying that. What she's doing is she's showing that she's showing that she was listening because based on what he literally just said, it sounds like they really never had much conversation until this weed whacker thing, and now they're texting each other or whatever, right? Because like he didn't even know what she did for work and like da da da, and like anyway, but he literally told her like the whole thing earlier about being quiet and introverted type of deal, right? And so she's like showing that she paid attention and that she's listening and she's like paying attention to what he's telling her, basically, right? You know what I mean? Like you're kind of like she's reiterating that she's paying attention. So this is kind of annoying that he like then disagrees. Does he forget that he said that? I mean, look at your text messages, dude.
That I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendly.
Yeah, I understand what she meant. She meant an introvert, which is what he said earlier.
Friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind?
Really funny.
Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough.
So this is interesting because they're having two different conversations at the same time. So what's this one? I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them. Don't lock the house behind them. What does that even mean again? I can't remember what this one meant. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them. What does that mean, guys? And you were private and observant. So they're having, so like, that's the funny part, but then they're also discussing this cancer.
How do you know all these things? LOL.
Exactly, Kit Smits.
You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, empathy there, right?
WeChat. That all you got WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock.
Oh, right. Okay. So they had a conversation that she remembers and he didn't remember. Now I remember that this happened. That's so funny. Okay.
Oh,
Interesting that she remembered it, though.
she has been out of play for like 3 months now.
Very true, Kit Smits.
Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen.
Yeah, I mean,
I just got to.
like, if somebody says that, they're probably a hoe, right? That I know, that was really funny. That was really funny. That was really funny.
Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out
He says the ha-has is so good.
on your couples night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point.
Good point.
Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
Well, he misread that. No, he's getting more and more dramatic. Did you tell him you text? This is interesting. Did you tell him you texted me? No. And then he sends a thumbs up. That is interesting. I don't know if this came in last year, but obviously that says a lot, doesn't it, though?
You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people?
What do you mean, Fender?
I need a drink. I had a blue.
Interesting how he read that. I need a drink. Really funny because someone could see it and be like, I need a drink. Like, I don't know. The way he read that was like, I think in the inflection of how Brian Higgins probably intended it, but it's just interesting that he interpreted it that way. Do you guys see what I mean?
I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer.
Really? How much you guys want to bet that Yuri Bukhenik got off the stand, walked out of that courtroom, and said this?
I need a drink.
Just like that.
I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House.
What?
You
Wait,
tie-
what needs to be clipped? Him saying he needs a drink?
Went on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
With these ha-has, though, dude.
I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning.
I'll clip
Eek,
it.
that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no
Not all these came in last year. These are new. I will clip that, Kit Smits. I will definitely do that, and we'll make it a thing.
judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated,
Oh, this is a good point for him to interrupt. You guys, how many of you guys were like, whoa, when he said something? Like that just goes to show you how I'm not even having to hit fast forward, right? Like this is just the way he's reading these. It feels like you're a part of this. Like I don't know if you want to call it like I feel like I'm in this now. Like I was like, this is just I just wanted to point out like I was surprised to hear Alan Jackson's voice. It pulled me out of it. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like when you're watching a movie, but then if you accidentally and you're like, it seems really like you forget that it's a movie. I mean, I haven't watched a movie in so long, but just anyway, you know, where it's like you're in that world and you're like you forget that it's a movie, but then you know, and they have a word for it, right? I forget what it's called, but then it's like you see the camera person, for example. There's a word for this, but it's like, and then it pulls you out of that or whatever. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like that just happened to me with this, where I like literally forgot that there was even a trial and Alan Jackson just completely surprised me. Yeah, or watching a movie and then an ad comes on. It's like, yeah, it's like all of a sudden you're like, oh, wait, I forgot. Like, oh, right, here I don't know. Yeah, immersive, but there's a word for that when it's like, they use the word in film in some cinematography. I'll have to look it up, but it's a specific thing where it's like it spoils the yeah, I know everyone's like tip of the tongue. I know there's a specific thing of that. One of us will either think of it or I'll start Googling, but it's that thing, right? Breaking immersion. That might be what it is. I think that's close. Hold on. Or like breaking character, but that's not the same thing. Breaking immersion, synonyms. I mean, that's the right track. Breaking immersion, film. Maybe breaking immersion is what I'm looking for. Something along those lines, though. But literally, that's exactly what happened here. I was just startled to hear AJ. That's so funny. The fourth wall. Yeah. Oh, Candace, you're right. Poor Bob Clinton. Now the world knows no one likes him. Yeah, that's sad. That is very sad. And I appreciate that you pointed that out. Poor Bob Clinton is right. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. And that didn't come in last year that I recall. The fourth wall. If someone wants to look up the fourth wall. But literally that's what happened to me here. I was like, we're here in it with these text messages, right? And then it's like, oh. And it's funny because even out the way he does it, guys, it's so funny. The way he does it, AJ here, you can tell that he's also like totally in the same realm. And he says, I'm sorry to interrupt. And sometimes they say that and they're just saying that, but they're going to like, whatever. You listen for the difference. I think he's genuinely sorry to interrupt because he knows it's ruining it for everybody. So let's go back a little bit so we can get this whole context.
I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt
I
1
didn't go
second.
back far enough. Yeah, Bob Clinton is a character in the story because this is what we're in the story and we don't know.
Mind.
Okay.
Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated.
Like because he hadn't said anything in a long time. I think he really didn't want to interrupt.
Could you just state the date out loud
He's
so the
riveted
jurors
too,
follow the
right?
date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next
They
one.
should have had him do all the text messages. Just
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
So this screen here is Friday, January
And I will-
13th.
And I will say, I have to say, he's really reading this as if it's just two people, and he's just we're in this story. Like Twiz said, it's just he's in other words, he's not trying to make Karen like seem a certain way, literally, right? He's just, I think he's really just immersed himself in like reading this conversation and like, you know what I mean? Like he's not making it seem biased or whatever. You know how there was that thing about the Commonwealth wanted to have someone come in and read, and there was concern for obvious reasons that whoever the Commonwealth would bring in would be someone who would be a certain way about it. And I think that the way he's being about this is completely fair to everybody, and it's just really riveting. And that's why I was like, I wish you could have read all the text messages.
3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Brings the story to life.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him.
Oh,
I detest him. His breath smells like ass.
oh.
OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly.
Wow. That's really sad.
Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink.
This is weird.
You suck. And you're double.
I wonder if they saw each other or had some other phone call or some other interaction before this, because this is weird.
Trouble. You're hot.
Sorry. Hold on. I disrupted his flow.
Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought?
He needs to switch careers. He's killing me here. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD.
Oh.
You didn't answer the question.
I don't know if this came in last year, but we all know what he's talking about, right? So in other words, are we learning that because his key card to the Canton PD, was that literally just so that he would have a place to go sleep when he was drunk? Because I think that's kind of what this sounds like. Like they gave him a key card so he could go and sleep there because he lives out of town. Yikes.
Question.
Oh, maybe.
Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy?
Why is he asking compound fucking questions? You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. Two completely different fucking conversations, dude.
I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me?
Sorry, Mary's here. Mary, we had a question for you. Can you, if you're behind, let me type it in the chat. Mary, we had a question for you. How would you define excavate? Also, how are the owls? Okay. This is so riveting.
Me?
Hold on, let me back it up.
Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot?
Wait, you said what?
That? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On?
Great.
No.
Great.
Didn't I?
Love it.
I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging.
You guys, this is priceless right now. Again, the timing where he's like, how do I say this one? Because you have to be accurate in court, right? Oh my God.
Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep?
Okay. Pausing it. Thank you. Mary, right here. Bam. Excavating is the process of leveling the ground layer by layer, usually depending on state. In Florida, you have to check every 2 inches, but in the north, where there is a lot of snow, federally, archaeologists, I figured there was a part 2. Federally, archaeologists are not allowed to dig because of the damage it can cause to the artifact. It's all good. What kind of cocktail? You're all good with the typos, and you will hear why I asked that as you catch up, because of the excavating thing. So yeah, leveling. Here's what I was looking for right here. Leveling the ground layer by layer, digging up the earth, right? Like we were saying. So that confirms it. I wanted to hear it from our Scroll Crew resident archaeologist, and there it is. There were no owls? Oh no, that's too bad. All right.
I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are.
Wait, hold on, sorry. Let's back this up for the context. Oh, you've been awake for Jesus Christ. Well, I hope you can sleep on the plane, maybe. I guess you can't hear what I'm saying.
How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this.
You guys, this is so much here, right? It's like, what is going on?
But what? Ball's in your court.
Like, this is 2 people who are not saying what they want. They both are like not saying what they want. Fender, can you help them?
Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So, know what? Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this.
For the love of God, will someone just say what they want, please?
Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
Agreed.
Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight.
Okay. So probably a phone call happened in between those text messages. This might be after they had the kiss.
I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. I always have thought
He's
that.
literally been telling her this for like a million times now.
Just have not revealed my thoughts.
He has revealed his thoughts in writing. We've already seen it, guys. Did he forget that he...
I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps.
So we figured this one out last year that what this is saying is like low comps, I think might be like a colloquial phrase, but basically it's like saying it's a low bar. Like it's like saying like, I don't know. So-and-so is smarter than Trooper Paul. It's like, well, that's not saying a lot. It's low comps.
Knock it off. You're hot, period.
Oh,
Are you
sorry.
glad you walked
Come on, I ruined it. Let me back that up.
my thoughts? I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
Okay, so that's
Yes. Are you? Deaf.
aha.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question?
So that makes me wonder if she was drunk and doesn't remember or something. And so she's, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me?
So I think he feels like he's being strung along. What do you guys think?
Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why?
Okay, I'm going to back this up because this is great. But I wanted to answer Fender's questions. Fender says, y'all, do you think Higgins isn't being called because well, first of all, we don't know for sure that no one's calling him, right? I don't think that we can. I mean, we could infer that. My thought on this is that this was okay. What I think is going on is the defense can't know for sure who the Commonwealth is or isn't going to call. But I think that they are worried that they aren't going to call some of these other people, like the Bryans, for example, right? And why would the Commonwealth do that? Well, because they don't want to give the defense what the defense wants. What does the defense want? The defense has two things that are up in the air. Well, more than two, but two primary things that they really want to be able to get into that Judge Bev said no to. One is Mike Easter, right? The expert to come in and talk about the integrity of the investigation. Two is the third party culprit, right? They would have to establish and lay the foundation for her to reconsider those. So in order for them to open the door, right, it has to happen from the Commonwealth's case in chief. That's how it works. The door now, having said that, it doesn't mean that they couldn't make a motion for reconsideration, but like as it pertains to Mike Easter. But as far as the third party culprit, I think the only way that can happen is if the door is opened. And the only way that can happen is if it's from the Commonwealth's case in chief. Okay. So therefore, if the Commonwealth doesn't call any of the people, they already called Jen McCabe. If that's the only person that they're in that they're done with the lay witnesses, and that at least as pertains to the third party, the McAlberts, right? And or Brian Higgins, it's like, then they are ensuring that the defense can't open the door. So I think that the reason that they're doing this is because they have no control over who the Commonwealth's going to call. So I think that by doing this, they are securing and like, here's the thing. Because this is happening with Yuri, it doesn't mean that if the Commonwealth calls Brian Higgins or if the defense calls Brian Higgins, it doesn't mean they still can't ask him about these text messages. They still can ask him about these text messages, right? But this is a way to guarantee that they can get these text messages in, right? And why does this matter? This is not Mike Easter so much as it is the third party culprit, right? Because they have made suggestions about Brian Higgins being involved, right? The defense. Well, the jury hasn't really gotten to hear that yet. Well, a little bit in opening statements, but anyway, that's the point. That's the point. So, in other words, in terms of opening the door for third party culprit, if the Commonwealth doesn't call Brian Higgins, the best thing the defense can do to try to open that door is by getting in through the witnesses that the Commonwealth does call, by getting in the things that they would get from the witnesses who the Commonwealth doesn't call. Does that make sense? Yeah, they won't be able to read them all again, but he can still ask about them. So, but that's fine because the jury's going to have these back either in evidence as well, I believe. So, and they're seeing it now. So this is an important way to secure that, because this is really important. This whole thing, the relationship with Higgins is the really important part for Higgins having potential motive, right? So then the other thing is this. What else was I thinking about this? I've thought about this a lot with strategy. And then the other thing is that it may or may not behoove the defense to call Higgins, for example, because the only way that they can declare him as a hostile witness is if Bev allows it. Now, there was another question here from Fender. Where was it? Oh, it's on the screen about pleading the fifth. I don't know how you would plead the fifth, because pleading the fifth is because you're going to incriminate yourself. And I don't see how that would happen. Like, none of this in these text messages is incriminating. Now, the closest thing I could think of that could border on incriminating would be the shit about how much he had to drink and then driving. But he's not facing charges, right? Because you can't just arrest somebody or charge somebody with drunk driving way after the fact, obviously. So he wouldn't have any way to plead the fifth. If you're pleading the fifth, you either have to have like pending charges or, for example, be an unindicted co-conspirator like Wendy Adelson, which is why they gave her that derivative use immunity so that she wouldn't plead the fifth when she testifies. She's an unindicted co-conspirator. So, but most of the time it's people who have pending charges or have already been charged with something. Does that make sense? There's more to it than that. There's a lot of layers. I thought a lot about this because it is so interesting. There's so much at stake here with like the defense meeting these witnesses and then the Commonwealth not calling them. And like, there's just a lot of strategy here and like for both sides. And again, the big thing, right, for the defense is like, they need to establish what they need for either foundation for Mike Easter. And I'm talking about that as it pertains to the investigation, right? And then also like opening the door potentially for third-party culprit. They need to get that locked and loaded, right? Because of their entire defense case in chief will depend on what they can and can't bring in, for example. And if Mike Easter is going to be allowed in, they're going to have to give him notice. And he's going to have to come from wherever he lives. Like there's logistical considerations here for the defense, and there's strategical considerations. So there's just a lot. Yeah, the Bowden defense. Right. So you're right. Kitsmith is making a good point that these texts do also go to the Bowden defense. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, right? But if law enforcement knew about the text, why not consider him as a potential suspect? Yeah, you're absolutely right. So then it goes to both Bowden defense and third party culprit. Yeah, thank you for that point. Okay, I see what you're saying, Fender. I think you're referencing like the Sandra Birchmore stuff. But the thing is that he's not facing charges, right? Like pleading the fifth only applies again. Well, you probably said this before I explained it. Like you have to be facing charges like there. And also as far as the federal investigation, according to Breenan anyway, it's over as far as it pertains to this whole thing. Welcome official. Right. I mean, I understand how it's incriminating looking behavior, but there's nothing illegal about that, right? Like Fender, to your point here, there's nothing, like, okay, let me ask it this way. What would someone charge him with for the action of moving a car at 1:30 a.m. or being on a phone call in a Lolliport video? What would you charge someone with for that, right? Does that make sense? Like, what do you charge someone with? Because those are not illegal things. You see what I mean? If, for example, it was moving the cars around 1:30 and being on the phone, but also he smashed a window to get into the Canton PD and they have it on camera of him smashing a window to get in, that would be different because that's illegal. Does that make sense? Hi, Happy Annie, welcome. We're just enjoying the show here. So, but you can't, but again, but like, for example, the moving the car around at 1:30 and being on the phone, how can you be indicted for that though? Right? There's nothing he would be indicted for. I mean, I hate to say that, or at least that we know of, unless it's related to something, again, I don't know, maybe with Sandra Birchmore, but like for Karen Reed, they can't. Okay. The only way that anyone else related to Karen Reed, like the McAlberts, let's just say, would be charged with anything in connection to John O'Keefe's death, the only way that I can see that happening is with the feds. Sorry, it's not even, I think. That is the only way it will happen is if it's with the feds. It's not going to happen from the Commonwealth. And remember how there was the investigation, you guys all know. According to Breenan, they closed that. So what that means to me is they did not find enough evidence to do anything, to our knowledge. Now, it's the feds, so who knows? But what that would say to me is there is no possibility of being indicted, like for any of them. They have no Fifth Amendment. They can't plead the Fifth, right? The only one who that would apply to is Turtle Boy, because he's facing his own things with the witness bullshit. So, people never get charged with perjury. I mean, it's just, yeah, they're not going to. I mean, Jen McCabe perjured herself all over the place in front of our eyes. Not just Jen. How many of these witnesses have perjured? Connor Keefe provably perjured himself just the other day on the stand when he said that he was at that interview with Sarah Levinson. Provably false. We did it already. We proved that. He literally perjured himself. And he proved that Michael Proctor falsified that piece of information as well. They're not getting charged with you see what I mean? So it's like, then you have Carrie Roberts, right? I mean, the number of times, like basically everybody from the Commonwealth has been perjuring themselves left, right, and center, and no one's getting charged with perjury. So yeah, it's a very difficult one to do. It just, yeah. It could be a disciplinary board issue, but I don't think pleading the fifth would apply to that. That's criminal charges. So that would be a different thing. And the question was specifically about pleading the fifth. I mean, all that's possible, but honestly, he already testified about all this he already lied about it last trial, right? So, I mean, but still in other words, that would mean that he would be weaseling on the stand. He can't plead the fifth, right? Because he's concerned about, internal affairs investigation, right? He would just do what they're all doing. And he would just be like, I don't recall, make shit up, weasel. That's what he would do. That's what he would do, I think. I mean, that's what everyone's been doing and getting away with it. Sadly. Okay, let's back this up a little bit and get back into the movie.
What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Okay. So the thing is, though, is remember how Judge Bev even used languaging in that hearing that I think it was either in a hearing or in a document. No, maybe it was in a document. Like, this is how easy it is. She gave him every answer on how to handle it if he was ever asked about it. Because what she said, it was in the filing about when she denied the third-party culprit. She said holding a phone near his face. So if he's asked about it, he could simply say, I don't know what I was doing. Maybe I was looking at my phone. Maybe I was, taking whatever, holding a phone near his face. Will the jury buy it? Probably not. But again, that's literally what Judge Beth said in the court filing. She went ahead and changed it from he's on the phone to just because he's holding a phone near his face. That's what she literally said. So she gave him the answer on how to weasel on that one, right?
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
Yeah, I know.
What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you.
Why are they having the same conversation over and over again? This one. I've always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Oh my God.
Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, you would have fun.
This is like the 8th time they've had this exact same conversation.
Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the 4 of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen.
Haha.
Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive.
Yeah, Fender.
Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
Wow, that's
Okay.
mean. That's mean. I hope you toss and turn tonight. Ugh.
Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please.
The way you read that.
Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content?
Does it?
What can I do to make you happy?
Right?
Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean?
Fox, it's amazing.
Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%.
This is just really crazy.
Okay.
What is going on? Oh God, sorry.
We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never.
The way you did this. Oh my God.
Owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
Oh, that's redacted. Great tip from Fender.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good?
That's funny. He used a little saying. That's funny.
Nothing on tap. Shame. You were ghost yesterday. I can't be the crew.
Oh, interesting. You know, I don't think this came in last year because I would have remembered this because the whole thing about being ghosted, this would have stood out. And so I don't think this came in last year. But anyway, you were ghost yesterday. That's where they got that from, right here.
Who's director every
Great point.
day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From
What flyer do you not know how to use your fireplace?
Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day?
Haha.
226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals tadpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight?
For real.
Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it?
Shouldn't cost long.
How many beds? Rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, God, the way he says that.
Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh, God. Did they bang? So I was the kids
Did they bang?
celebrating New Year's without him, which
Yeah.
shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose, lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. And it feels like lose, lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was muted. But I was saying that, like, here, like, this is just showing, like, there's just no empathy here. There's no acknowledgement of what she's saying. You know, it just, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. And then here, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes think this, It's like he just doesn't know what to say, so it's just like,
Too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses.
another pro tip. Don't say that. Don't ask that to women, or don't ask that to anybody, really. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Ew, God.
My way.
Was I muted? No. I think I accidentally hit the microphone button, because sometimes after I just have my mouse wherever, and then I like go to move it, and I have a really sensitive like touchpad. I think I just accidentally clicked it or something, and then I realized it. So
I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out?
that's a good point, Kitsmits.
I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem.
Oh, interesting. I don't remember these from last year, because I feel like this would have stuck out as well. Because this whole thing about the work truck and personal trucks, that, you know, anyway.
I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work
You guys see this? But like literally, we know that they all did this.
truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up.
Why can't
Have
he-
none then.
That's sad. Why can't he just have? Again, this is way more than we got last year. Why can't he just have one though? Ooh.
Have one. Can't drive that banged up.
There, have none then. What? There is a solution. Wow.
Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha. LOL. I don't even know.
Weird.
I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought.
Here it really sounds like Yuri is empathizing with Karen. This is hilarious, the way he says that.
What you feel. Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought.
This is great. I love it.
Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up.
Again with that. Rude. Fucking rude.
Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on
Wait, who's dumb? Hold on. Oh, dumb questions. Okay.
You act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally.
So the
Do you plan on leaving him?
yeah, okay. The yeah, kind of is in response to, okay, let me just break this down. So he's saying, do you kind of have a live-in boyfriend? I'm surprised he doesn't know who the boyfriend is. And then she's responding to that, right? And she's typing that, but then his next text comes through. So, but do you kind of have a live-in boyfriend? And then she's responding to that saying, yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time and there's ups and downs. So at some point you have to think more rationally. And then he says, you act like I ask dumb questions. And then she has a response to that.
Ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of, but it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, re my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment.
Wow.
In either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before.
Oh my God.
True.
So silly.
First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up.
I don't even know.
You seemed
I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? Literally, I have no idea what that means to size somebody up. What does that mean?
to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe?
A valid question.
Like I am private. Don't talk out of school
What the fuck does that mean?
with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you?
Yuri's inflection is so good.
School with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's party?
Ironic, right? Considering he's always like trying to tell her that she's being aggravated or angry or whatever, sensitive. He's always calling her different things, but he's the one that's saying he's aggravated.
Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive.
Literally, like what I was just saying. We didn't get these last year because this is really funny. So what I was pointing out is that, you know, I mean, it's good. It's good. It's good. I don't think there's any, like, it's good that he's saying how he feels. I just thought it was funny because she wasn't saying she was aggravated or angry, but he was calling her that and he was calling her sensitive. And now look at this. Don't be so sensitive. And now she's even saying the thing about the panties. That is so funny. How does he like it?
I am good.
That's
Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again?
What the fuck?
I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little.
Yeah.
I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single?
Candace, I don't know.
Yes.
I can't.
I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not.
Oh my God.
So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer
They had known each other when they were like in their 20s or something, I guess, or teens. That's what that says? Again, we didn't get this last year. It looks like, and remember, Candace, I think you asked the question that she had said something about reconnected, and I thought that there would be follow up to that, and then I forgot about it. And this is the follow up. Like, this is the story. We didn't get any of this before, so it looks like reconnected because they were together when they were young, and then they reconnected. Interesting.
is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough.
Okay,
Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question.
Yeah,
Probably.
It is.
Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah.
At least he admits it.
So does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for
Wow.
saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice.
What is happening?
I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously?
You know,
I am
that's
serious.
too, though, that part where she's like, you cops, like, you guys have cameras everywhere, which of course they do. But I'm glad the jury's hearing that, you know?
Serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway. Duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So you slick move. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No. I told you, he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing.
He's having some water.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope.
What
Oh,
the
God.
hell is going on with this again? Dude.
What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny.
Yeah, that is funny.
Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have.
I wonder if this whole locking in the room thing is a reference to the joke about how girls what was it from earlier? When it was like the women that don't lock the doors, or I don't know. This conversation that they had earlier, like in person from before, and they referenced it. I wonder if this whole locking and things is that's like an inside joke that we don't understand. I mean, we don't understand it. I don't understand it anyway.
You wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in?
Oh my God.
You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an
This is so funny.
an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that.
What?
I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head.
Ah.
You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
Weird.
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk.
I'm not a jerk. Wow.
I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that?
Heisman is not a football thing, but I don't know. What is it though? I think it's football.
Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly. for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second.
Y'all, you gotta help me out with this tricks are not for kids thing. What the fuck type of nonsense is that? That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Ask again.
No
Nope.
kidding.
Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can.
Oh, thank you.
Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah,
Okay.
on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, Kitsmits, what are you drinking? What is a mudslide? Is that a drink? Okay, I think that's really dumb. But thank you. Sake. Oh, I love sake. I haven't had that in forever. A mudslide. Is that a drink? Let me look this up. I mean, she's got it on paper towel, I guess, so she doesn't spill anything. Let's see. Vodka, coffee, liqueur, Irish cream, and heavy cream. It's a quintessential boozy milkshake. Okay, no wonder the paper towel. That does sound like it could be a sticky mess if it were to spill. P-Fox. Take a shot every time they say drink. Oh boy. Hopefully, how's Mary doing? I think she's probably on her plane. She was already several cocktails in. That's really funny.
To a mudslide. The taunting in me.
The way he says the taunting in me is fucking hilarious.
Wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
Oh my god.
Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Show you.
Wait, who's drinking the? Hold on. What's he drinking? Who's drinking the mudslides? Hold on. Let me make sure I got.
I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide.
So that's
The taunting in me.
We don't know what he's drinking, correct?
Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy?
Oh my god.
Yep, I am. What a
Oh
crime.
my god, the way he said that.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime. Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have.
YouTube, I'm dying.
Last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh.
Wow. I know. I'm with you.
So you only say like One nice thing per
great.
day? Tough.
This is great.
You're impossible.
I agree.
Let me know.
I
when you
think everyone in this whole thing is impossible.
day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup. You tell me, Playa.
Oh my
Just work.
God. I'm going to have to clip that one too, I think, guys. Oh my
19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup. You tell me, Playa.
Oh my God.
Just working remotely. Sweet.
Guys. Sorry, one more time. That is amazing, right?
Sup. You tell me, Playa.
I'm dying.
Just working remotely. Sweet.
Trooper Bukhenik. You
From Mansfield?
15 points.
Yep, you. I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad?
The ha-ha. Oh.
I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the tuck rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m.
For real.
Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m.
Like the other
I'd invite you over here, but you probably
all
have.
the text chains in this trial that are probably the most difficult to fucking well, I don't know. The John and Karen texts were difficult in a different way, but like you gotta hand it to him. He's doing a great
Of
job.
your work truck. Here we go.
Oh my God, perfect. Yeah, it proves my point. I have no idea what the tuck rule is. It seems like it might be a local thing. I have no idea.
I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go.
Again, he's just
I assume that's a pet.
getting more and more into character as it goes along. I just love it. But again, when I say that, I don't even think that when he's reading these, he's thinking of Higgins and Karen. I think he's made this into his own story. You know, this is his own theater. It's great.
Pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me?
Well
I didn't answer fast enough? Huh?
said.
I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from?
It's amazing.
You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay.
Wow.
Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine?
Oh my God.
Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of a...
Oh my God. He keeps, part of this, there's a lot of problems here, but one of the things is he keeps trying to tell her how she feels. And it's like, she's not telling. She says she's not and I understand, like, okay. It's hard because with text messages, you can't always tell how somebody means something, but he's been doing this since the very beginning where he's like trying to tell her what she's thinking or feeling, or well, I guess mostly feeling, right? And like, it's just not, fair to people.
Lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
Fuck, this is what?
You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
Weird.
None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
I just wanted to see. I wanted to hear this part again.
How I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think.
Okay, I don't think she's really answered the question, in my opinion. I'm just see. I hear that in my brain's like asked and answered, right? It's just funny.
I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you.
Yeah, I agree.
Never
That
have.
was
Never will.
very
You
dictated.
shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Yeah.
You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me?
What?
I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point?
What
Well,
is
it would
the point? I'm confused.
be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel?
Objection, facts on evidence. This is, you guys are going round and round anyway. Whatever.
Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you.
Let's hear that one again.
Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point?
Oh my God.
Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it?
Why? Dude, I think he doesn't have a whole lot going on in the brain because it's just, he's trying to make it really simple. And like, this is like the most telling thing I think she's probably said here, because she's explaining what she's trying to say, but without saying it. I mean, people should just be direct, right? But what she's trying to say, I think, is that she feels like she's in a similar position, right? Like, in other words, she reconnected with John. And so she broke up with the other dude, but she thinks he was probably already starting to see other people. In other words, she thinks he was probably cheating on her. And this is interesting though, because when we think about the context with like the voicemails and she thinks John is cheating on her. Now, what's interesting too, is we don't know that John was cheating on her. This could actually be a thing of like when people, how some people, they assume that things are always the same. What do I mean? So like, for example, because this happened with her and some other dude, it's entirely possible that she now thinks that this is always going to happen with other people, right? Like, for example, you know how some people, they get cheated on or whatever, like, and then the next person that they date or whatever, they like assume they're cheating on them or something. It's like that, right? Type of thing. Like, potentially, just saying, like, we don't know, but she clearly was worried about that, but we don't really have evidence of that. I mean, is it possible? I guess. I don't know. But given the fact that she's explaining her situation currently by comparing it to this previous relationship, right? That's what made me think of it, because it's like, instead of saying, here's how I feel in my relationship now, it's like, here's what happened before. And the reason she's saying it is to try to explain how she feels currently. Does that make any sense to you guys? But then he's like, so what's your point? I couldn't agree more, Candace. Yep, you can't bring old problems in a new relationship. Definitely true. Yep, Kit Smits, that's exactly right. Yep, that's what I'm saying. Someone who easily thinks that her partner is going to cheat. Trust issues, right. Yep. And who knows? Maybe the other dude wasn't cheating on her either. Maybe she's just assuming it, right? Yeah. And that could explain why the whole Aruba thing, like, so in other words, if someone's got like jealousy issues like that, then the person might not be cheating on them, right? But they might think it's going on. And that's a really unfortunate thing. So, and that's exactly right. Higgins doesn't have the brains to understand this convoluted point. Exactly. That is exactly what this is. That's what this looks like. Jealousy. Oh, he was caught. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know about that. Jealousy, jealous. I mean, there clearly something's being carried over from a previous relationship. Like, she's literally saying that. In order to try to describe again how she feels currently, she's describing a past relationship. So that right there should tell you something. Yeah, I suppose that's possible. That's really funny, Kismet. She says, kind of reminds me of that one Harry Potter bit between Hermione and Ron. Hermione describes all the complex things another girl is going through, and then Ron is amazed that anyone could have that much going on at once. That's really funny. And also, yeah, everyone's being alcoholics and acting like teenagers, and it's not helping anyone or anything. Yep. Oh, I remember that. Not everyone has the emotional range of a teaspoon. I remember that. That's funny. Yeah. Okay.
I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT...
Again, the way he says ever, because it's in all caps.
Intention of ever getting married.
Yeah, I agree with
the
that.
PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about...
Literally, his next question is literally what I was thinking. I was like, okay, well, but dating, most people will interpret that to mean exclusive, but that's things you have to talk about, right? Some people are dating and then they're dating other people, but you can't just do that and not tell the other person. You guys have to be on the same page, people, right? Where she's like saying here, the point of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. And so it's like she's trying to be like, look, I'm just dating. I'm not married. I'm not tied down. But yeah, but what about the person you're dating? So valid question coming here from Higgins. And yeah, I agree with Kit Smith saying that the answer was D, hybrid, all of it and then some. Yes.
Tied down. If you're not confident, you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal.
I don't think that's normal, but funny that he says, okay. And then she says, you don't agree with me. The way he says, okay, it makes it sound like he does agree, but this is all craziness. Why? What the fuck? Let me read this. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same. And you probably feel, speaking of the trust issues and jealousy, this right here sums it all up. Clearly that's what's going on, because this is like assuming that it's going on because no one's telling you it's going on. So like, in other words, if someone's like not telling you they're cheating on you, and it seems like, in other words, you would have no reason to think that, then you can assume they are. Like, in other words, it's like continuing the issues, right? Because it's like, oh, he's doing it and just not telling me. You know what I mean? It's like inventing something that's not real type of thing. And then it's like, and probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Yeah, it's not normal. I think that there needs to be they need to go, they need to go see Fender, right? Get some therapy, go see Fender, I think, here.
And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay.
Right there, Kit Smith. Yeah,
you don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office, okay. Rando. Haha.
Yeah. I think so, Kane.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha.
Mm-hmm.
I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink.
Yeah.
You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there.
Oh, so now we're talking about the Cape.
Yeah. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper.
Oh, it's like a whiskey.
Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent.
I heard, dude, he's cracking me up.
I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle.
It's just a funny thing for him to say, because this is almost akin to like, if you picture in a movie, right? Like when a dude is like going to propose, and what do they always do in the movies? They're like, they think of like all the things that the girl wants, I guess, or whoever it is, right? Whoever's proposing, they think of all the things that the other person wants, like their dreams in life. And what do they say? They're like, I can give you everything you want and more. Or, I'm thinking in the movies, right? Or I can make your dreams come true, and whatever it is. Like if you want to, whatever the fuck, And like literally this text, like I see this and it's like that has that vibe to me, which is just really out of place given this whole conversation and like all of it.
Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
I have no idea what you're about.
At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
He's like, oh, he's making me thirsty. Send some water. Hear it. Now this is funny. How does someone not know how to take a selfie? I mean, it's a picture of yourself. I don't understand that at all.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit.
Hey, Miss Mojo. What?
Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me.
Oh my God. Oh my God, the way he just said that. I was going to pause it anyway to be like, I don't think you can handle this. Woo! You know, bootylicious. But then he said pulleys, and now it's like, I'm going to have to clip that as well.
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite.
One more time. That is amazing. Yuri?
Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that
Gosh darn it, AJ.
is missing in that document, or
Can we get
it's
to
not comporting with the.
Does he get to say police again? I love it.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
He's like, no problem. You're doing a phenomenal job. He is doing a phenomenal job.
I think starting at, I usually
Well-
drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see your smile. I hate having my photo taken.
You know, funny thing, side note, I also hate having my photo taken.
Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me.
A little less dramatic than the first time, but it's okay.
Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting?
What? Tempting? Tempting to ghost you, maybe.
Nope. Oh.
Sorry, I didn't see the nope was coming. That's really funny. Man, this is like a comedy and a drama. And Yuri, you're just, yep, the Oscar.
Fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh. Which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay.
Yeah, that's true, I think.
8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court.
Oh my God, Yuri, you win. He wins. He wins. He wins. He wins. One more time. Oh my God.
8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court.
Wow.
Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around?
Right?
Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark.
That's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty fucking funny, though.
It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. It repeats itself. I apologize.
Not your fault. You're doing great.
So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge?
Wow. This is fascinating, isn't it? Hang on. Wow.
Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha.
I just have to say that I love Runkle so much. And oh my God, you know what would be so funny is if, I mean, not that this would ever happen, right? But like if there was ever a day where we could do a live stream together, I don't know that anyone would survive because I feel like he doesn't even know who I am, obviously, but like you guys know, our sense of humor is like, yeah. Anyway, but I'm pretty sure I would be dead on the floor of laughing. Anyhow.
Okay. Well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay. Well, I'd like to know.
Those of you guys who watch Runkle will know exactly what I mean, because it's almost like between the nerdiness and the sense of humor, it would be something. It would be something for sure. Okay, let me back this up a second. Like I hadn't even thought of that until now because it's like almost going to make my brain explode. Like, Runkle, you don't know me, but you definitely you would be glad we did a show together.
Haha. Charge? I thought we already settled this.
No, we did not settle this. We are far from settling it.
If you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay. Well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay. Well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just don't, you just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either.
Yeah. The other thing is these are both. This is what we also are seeing is these are two people who are clearly very indecisive, which is another issue.
I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print.
Always have fun in
park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming.
Oh my God. How's he going to handle this one? The Bryant Drive down there with like the map. Remember the whole thing with the advertisement? How's he going to handle this one? All right, let's see.
Print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a
just literally reads this one. That is so funny. Oh my God.
Jersey, searching for a friend. And
He also, you know what's so funny? Listen to how he's like, oh, this is the boring part. Listen to how the difference. Okay, let me back up. Listen to the difference in his tone on how he reads this versus reading the characters. Okay, he's like, oh, this part's boring.
I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in.
Listen.
Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend.
Not part of the characters.
Add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First come.
You guys, he's like, what is this dumb bullshit that's ruining my story? Oh my God. Oh my God. When he gets fired, if that happens, he's got a job. One man plays.
West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through.
He's like, now that we got that out of the way, we can continue on with the story. What is is there another meaning to that? I'd love to know what the context is that you're thinking there, Kits. Hey, Twiz, if you're on the bike, let us know how your tworkout's going.
First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th.
All right, Kane says hot. That's a follow-up because earlier Kane was like, it was like 5 minutes ago. Kane was like, is this sexting?
Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January.
You were blocked. You were blocked from here, Angel. I don't know what you mean, but yeah, you weren't blocked from here. How old are you? I knew Heather was going here. I saw this happening in my brain with Wendy. I didn't even see this, but I literally, when you said searching for a friend, I don't remember why. Like, why was it that my brain automatically related that to Wendy? Help me out with that one, Heather. Because what is it? She must say something. Anyway, I literally was thinking Wendy, and then yeah. So clearly there's something. Right? Oh, you're talking about a different channel. Okay, I see, Angel. Okay.
January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts.
Oh my God.
You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any?
I mean, isn't this just so classic them right now? Like, this is classic them.
Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want to drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding.
Fender, yeah. I hate that we know them enough to know what's classic for them. Yeah, exactly. Searching for a friend. I don't remember anything like that. Are you thinking about like maybe she had like all the like Find My Friends or Find My iPhone, but then John Marvin, who doesn't use all those apps, called it Find My Friends, and it was really sad / funny / heartening on the stand when he's like, find my iPhones, but find my friends. Is that what you're referencing? Maybe. Yeah, that is funny, but also not funny because like you kind of seemed like you might have a problem. Let me back it up a second here.
Sometime.
I mean, asking for
He's a
friend,
spokesperson for.
I feel like that has come up in other things too, right? There's Wendy with her friends. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's probably overlap there with a lot of things.
Or Recovery Center of America. Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know.
What is that?
Good riddance.
What the hell is that?
Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works.
Both ways.
Thought you were all set.
Oh my God, these two. Oh my God, these two.
Talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
That is something else. What a way for the story to end, right? Didn't see this one coming. Wow. He did a great job reading these. Let's get this ending again.
11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
I mean, that's like, you know how there's those movies that have like a shocking ending and then it's over and you're like, what? That's like what this is. Wow. Wow. I just feel like do you guys feel like we just went through this whole journey of like that was epic as fuck, man. That was so epic. And like 100%. And even with the lights coming on, right? Look, the lights, look at this. It's completely pitch dark. It's like literally like the lights come on and he should be taking a bow. Great point on that one, Kit Smiths, with that. I mean, really. Bravo! Encore! Encore! Yeah, it really is a gut punch of an ending. Yep. Wow. Let's watch this again as the lights come on.
John died.
Wow. And even the way it's going to go all dark, like, you know, if you were to think about like a movie where like there's a crazy, like depressing ending and then it's like everything goes dark, right?
Lights, please.
Wow. 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 Amazing. Yep. Yeah.
Court, all rise to the jury.
That was something else, wasn't it? Wow. You guys see why I had that thumbnail. I just saw a couple snippets of this before tonight. And that's when I made the thumbnail. I was like, oh my God. Like, you know, the thumbnail says like, did he miss his calling as a thespian? Because that was incredible. And he could literally just have a job reading text messages at trials or like one man plays, like for real, like, wow. Yep. This had a very true to life, abrupt, tragic ending, sent chills down my spine. Me too. And the way he read that was perfect. It really was perfect. Perfect. He didn't even give it away. Like he saw that coming, but he was like, well, he didn't even give it away in like a change of tone. You're like, well, and then he says the next day, like that was incredible. Really, really good. And again, you have to hand it to him too, because he didn't make Karen out to be any certain type of way, you know, which could have done. That was just really, really something else. So, wow. Imagine being the jury and then you go to lunch.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Okay, so we're going to switch gears a big time here after that, and because it's going to resume questioning. So, all right.
Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Wow, I feel like that was just, I almost feel like that'll be worth watching again. Like that was just really something else, man. And there was a lot of interesting things in there that didn't come in last year that we were noticing. And I don't know, just interesting. Things will always make more sense too when you go through it a second time, don't they? Right? You feel like, I know, right? I feel the same way. I'm like, wow, like, oh my God, right? Yeah. It really was, that it timed out well for the jury, right? That they went to lunch. So.
You had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you familiarized yourself with that series.
I'm going to put it on normal speed, at least for the start, because otherwise I think this will feel very jarring. I already feel like it's going to feel jarring. Okay.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian.
So remember, all this started with a question. The question was, what's the nature of the text messages? Are they flirtatious? And he's like, I don't really remember. And now we're back to that question.
Brian Higgins, correct?
Wow.
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again.
Yep.
Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there,
So here's the thing. Let's just say, for the sake of the example, that we had not watched all of that on normal speed. And let's just say that we're like, yeah, we know what the text messages say. We get it. Let's just say we watched maybe some of it or whatever, or watched it on like 2 times speed, whatever the fuck, right? And let's just say we were just trying to get to the actual question. So we're like really just focused on that. And we go from the question of what would you characterize it as? And even I said, remember what, guys, I even said at the time, I was like, yeah, how can someone deny they're flirtatious, right? And now we're back at that question. Here's what I will say. Having just gone through what we went through, I think this answer is completely honest. And the fact that he says, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it. He's like, dude, I just lived their entire relationship. Like, I went there. I was a part of it. I created these. It's almost like Frankenstein. Like, I created this monster. Like, I created these people. Like, if you're an author of a book and it's like you create that's what I feel like. And it's like, if you, it's like, you guys see what I mean? And it's really funny because now that we've gone through this journey, I feel like flirtatious is like almost selling it short. Like, it's like way too complicated to call it something simple. We'll see what else he says.
Brian Higgins, as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
And that's the other thing I agree with also, right? Also the fact that there's not enough game. I think that's what it is. There's not enough game to call it flirtatious or romantic. I think that's the other interpretation that he has for sure. I agree with you guys. That's funny.
Not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can.
But the eyebrow raise gives it away. He's like, this is pathetic excuse for game or whatever.
Parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation?
Sorry, watch his face. Watch his face.
Being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
Oh my God.
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her.
Oh, interesting. What? Okay, see, now I don't know how he got that from that. This seems more like now we're back to like what they maybe prepped him to say type of thing. Because, I mean, I don't know. Did you guys get that impression? Okay, let's just remove the idea that he's law enforcement and the whole thing. Like, is that a fair interpretation of those text messages? If you're not being biased for the Commonwealth, like, is that a fair interpretation? I guess maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't interpret it that way, you know? Yeah, I don't know.
Jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
There are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge?
Yes, get revenge.
On John?
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with.
So I think he actually gets it. I think that it's right, Kit Smith's like, I think he gets it. He's like, he's definitely got more, what's the right way to put it? He's got more emotional maturity. Doesn't seem like the right thing to say given what we know. If we take away everything else that we know, it seems like he's actually got a good read on this whole thing. You know, again, yeah. Like the fact that he's able to make this assessment, right?
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins.
And again, he could have, you know, the question there, physical revenge, he's saying, no, not physical revenge, emotional revenge, right? Yeah, emotional intelligence. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Kitsmits. That's right.
And then hurt John by cheating on him.
Yeah.
And in fact,
That's right.
you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, know.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. We don't know. It's entirely, he could have seen the text. I mean, you know, people, there's no way to know what he found out about and didn't.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, correct?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Brian's email?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text message.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay, so as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So
The other thing too,
would you agree
is
that,
that it seems like they never had sex, right? And I think that actually came up in the first trial. It seems like they never had sex, although that they could have, either one of them, I guess mostly it would have been Karen, right? That could have, like someone could have made that happen, you know what I mean? But we know that he did come over and there was that kiss, right? So in other words, that's another interesting thought, right? That like, had she wanted to actually cheat, like cheat and like have sex with him, I guess, well, okay, let me back up. I would say that in some ways you could still call this cheating, and definitely, of course, if she, you know, they did kiss. But in terms of like full on, like having sex, cheating type of thing, like that could have happened and it didn't happen. But it is interesting that she kissed him. So it's almost like she, I don't know, what do you guys make of that? Like she, I don't know, it's interesting. Or maybe let's just say, maybe if Higgins wasn't so cringy, maybe she would have slept with him. I don't know. Like, I guess I'm just sort of wondering, like, did she fully want to cheat on John, or was she like just having a moment, you know? Right. Yeah. That's another good point, Kitsmits there. So you don't, which thing are you referring to, Happy Annie? That you don't see that way at all? Are you talking about the revenge part? Yeah, I think it really goes to like the revenge thing for me would be how much how much do you, and this is totally subjective, right? But how much does the person reading the text messages believe that Karen believes he's cheating on her, even if he is or isn't, right? How much does, like, that's really what it comes down to. Because if she thinks he's cheating on her, and plus he's using her as a quote unquote glorified babysitter, then if that's how you think Karen's mindset is, then from there you can get to getting revenge on him, right? You know what I mean? Even if it's unfounded. But what do you guys make of the question I had posed just a second ago about the fact that she kissed him, but like they never slept together? Do you think that just comes down to Higgins being creepy and weird and not having game, or do you think it's because she wouldn't have cheated anyway? Fully. When I say full, I'm saying like she thought better of it, or I don't know, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like she just dipped her toe in the cheating pond. I don't know. Ugh, I sound like a weirdo. Yeah, that's a good point, Kitsman. It's like maybe she felt more vindicated by texting flirtatiously with Higgins because she thought John O'Keefe had cheated on her. I love that you put flirtatiously in quotes like that. That's great. Welcome back, Pure Duckery. Yeah, the health issues, right? That's right. Thank you, Happy Annie. Great point. The health issues. That's another great thought, right? Maybe she would have, but the health issues were stopping her. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So P Fox saying, I don't know, going after one of your best friends and coworkers pretty messed up. I mean, I agree. And I'm someone that I've never cheated on anybody and I wouldn't cheat on anybody. So I can't, everybody should be, well, I think that it's important to be considerate of other people. You know what I mean? Like, here's what I would say. If you're going to cheat on somebody, because again, there's some relationships or dating where everyone's cool with it and you're on the same page. But going behind someone's back and cheating, I would say if you're going to do that, break up with the person. That's just me personally. You know what I mean? Because I'm just the type of person that I wouldn't want to like hurt anybody. So, but anyway, it is interesting because it is complicated, right? And it's interesting to sort of think about the dynamics of all of it. But yes, welcome back. Anyone who's joining us again here. He definitely is creepy though. But the other thing is this, he was creepy from the very beginning. We kept pointing out like, here's the red flag. Here's when we would all run. Right. And she still kept texting with him. So it does almost seem like maybe the fact that she was still texting with him and, whatever you want to call what's going on, is like her luck, maybe her deciding not to sleep with him was actually less to do with him and maybe more to do with, for example, the health issues or her being on the fence or whatever, maybe. Yeah, I mean, they honestly both were. It's just so interesting that it never happened. You know what I mean? It's like they couldn't figure it out, or they just didn't really want to. I mean, I don't know. It's funny, right? But they were both. I think it was going both ways, right? The communications on this one. The one thing I will say too is there is that reference to the thing about ghost that we pointed out. But apart from that, I don't interpret anything of Karen ghosting him. Like the way that the defense presents it in opening statements and whatnot. Like I'm not seeing it that way because there were plenty of times where it seems like they had less communication, or it's like there were other times where he's like, where are you? Da, da, da. And it's like, I was there. I asked you if you wanted to do that. And it's almost like he was too drunk to figure it out type thing. So like, I don't know. Like, I didn't get the feeling from any of her texts that she was like, totally like, leave me the fuck alone. Right. I mean, that did not happen at all. Interesting. So Kit says, I get the feeling that Karen, we just didn't feel the spark with Higgins. She was trying to feel it, but there was no real chemistry. Yeah, you can't blame her for that one. And then Pure Duckery says, I think she was lonely trying to get back at John for his Aruba stunt. Also possible. All of this is very valid, you guys. Happy Annie says health issues and then the relationship with John and the kids and the family dynamics, like John's family, it all messes with the mind. Absolutely. It's complicated. I mean, even Karen says as much in those text messages. And that's another great point. Yeah, the drink, definitely. I mean, because she made that joke. Like that was actually, it's interesting, right? She made the joke about whatever the dude's name was. But it's like we even said it. It's like, oh, that was funny, but also like kind of true, right? Like he definitely drinks way too much. And that was a constant theme, right? It was like, wow, remember there was that one part where he was like, saying something about like, I would only have to have one drink. And then he was like, but I can't just have one. And I was like, that's crazy. And then Karen was like, well, then have none, and it's like, I don't know. There's definitely problems with that, I think, for him. Hopefully he's figured that out at this juncture. So Candace weighing in, I think she felt very alone and she put her all into it, but it wasn't working with John, but she also was very attached to the niece. Yeah. Higgins made her feel, I love this, guys. This is great. Higgins made her feel good compared to what she was feeling, and it was a safe escape. Yeah, I think all of these are appropriate and insightful, and I love all the insight from you guys. I think this is great. It's too bad they didn't have people like us, especially Fender, who I think is packing to go visit her mom, but being that Fender's a therapist, we could have helped them out maybe a little bit. But yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying, definitely. Why wouldn't Higgy say from the beginning, hey, I know your boyfriend, see you around? I think he kind of did. It seems like he's really drunk a lot. Like, remember that whole thing about the doors? And I was like, oh, what's the deal with the doors? And then it was like, oh, this is a conversation that they had, and he completely forgot it even happened. And then there's like things where he's like asking the same question over and over again. And it seems like, I don't know. Yeah, there are a lot of people who won't leave another relationship till they have another partner. Yeah. But then that's just another thing of like that perpetuating like a toxic pattern. You know what I mean? That's not a good thing. I don't think personally that's a good thing. You know, that seems like probably someone who could maybe could do well to have some alone time. I would say that's just my personal take though. Oh, is it? I haven't heard that rumor, but you know, if he is, good for him. If he is in rehab, good for him. Now, having said that, that would not make him unavailable to testify, just so you guys know. They can still subpoena him to testify. Right, and that is the saying, which is funny, right? P. Fox saying here, easier to get over someone if you get under someone else. But that is a funny saying, right? But like, I personally don't recommend that approach for like, you know, like what Candace says here. There are a lot of people who won't leave a relationship till they have another partner lined up. Yeah, I mean, there could be a therapist on the jury. Can you guys imagine if there was a therapist on this jury? Oh my God. Okay, let's keep going.
The text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed.
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct? Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they went back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He's not wrong. It almost seemed like he wanted to hear it from her first, and then he would say, but he did compliment her a lot. I'm just thinking back through, he did compliment her a lot, right? And then he was like, but I don't want you to get to something, and he spelled shit wrong, and he called it shut. Don't want to get your whatever he says. And then, but initially though, he's like not going to say anything until she says something.
He did, yes.
Called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend
Right from the rip. Good job, Yuri. Yep. He did.
time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested.
I want to point something out. Watch him. So you guys think about this. He was just read through all these texts, right? And so he hasn't prepped for these questions, or he hasn't been prepped on this. I want you guys to watch something. Y'all that watch Behavior Panel and whatnot, you'll know what I'm saying. But this is just a human thing, right? And the jury's going to pick up on this. He's literally, it's almost like kind of like being given information and then having a test immediately thereafter, right? Almost like that. Where watch his eyes, where he's actually recalling, like he's doing literally what I was doing when I hear the question. I'm literally looking up and I'm like, in my brain, I'm like scrolling through the text and I'm like remembering, I'm recalling it. Watch his eyes.
He did, yes.
Called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Here, watch.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
So he's actually thinking about it and he's actually recalling the information and remembering it. And it's very different from the rest of the questions and answers, right?
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes,
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
yes,
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words,
Mhm.
from the jump, correct?
from the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
Miss Mojo, remind me where you're joining us from. For some reason, I'm thinking Texas, but I don't know that you've ever said. And then, yeah, P Fox, that's great. So P Fox says something ever happened in marriage, it'd be just fine. That's great. That's a great sign, right? That means you're, in my opinion, a well-adjusted individual. That's a good thing. Oh, thank you. Oh, Florida. Okay. I don't think I knew that because I would have probably remembered Florida. Because we've got Kane in Florida. Oh, that's cool in the Pacific Northwest. So that's where Kitsmits is. Cool. Yeah. So you're in Florida. Yeah, it's funny. We actually don't have that many Florida squirrels. I'm just trying to think. Kane and you, maybe. I mean, of people who've said, right? So it's funny. Like we've got more squirrels to my knowledge in, like, for example, Australia, which is just really funny, right? So
He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Gotcha.
Sustained. To ask it differently, Mr. Judge.
Did you interpret?
I don't disagree, but I think the reason he was asking those questions is because he didn't want to say how he felt until he knew how she felt. It's one of those things where it's like, again, it's really kind of like juvenile, where it's like, I don't want to say that I like you until you say you like me thing, which is just, yeah.
Interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him.
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
Once.
I do recall reading the word ghost.
Yeah.
How did you interpret that word?
Ah, there it is.
Gotcha.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the
And that's why I'm shocked that didn't come in last trial.
common slang terminology as to
Slang.
abandon conversation, stop communicating.
You guys remember when he said Playa? He being Yuri. Do you guys remember when he said Playa? Oh my God, that was so good.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
No,
I know I read the text messages by reading them out loud to a room full of people. I might not.
bless his heart. I remember it once. And by the way, I'm only saying that because, again, he did such a great job with the text messages. I only remember seeing it once. it'll be interesting if he shows that it was more than once, but just proving the point that this is not him being weaselly. I only remember it once. So
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the.
yes, sir. Clearly, right? Wow.
Remember how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of
Yep.
each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, right?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost was present in the communication.
Did you interpret that? I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins,
Right.
as
That's a good
showing some
point.
level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not.
Not at
No,
all?
no.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating
Fair.
with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never.
The other thing is too, when that was said, that was like literally talking about, that was referencing like literally one night out or something, or one weekend. And it was way before, like it was after it was said about the ghosting, they continued talking and after that, like, in other words, that wasn't like the last thing that was said. Right. Like I thought it was interesting, the timing of it. And I was like, oh, how ironic because of the ghost. But like, it was referencing like one night at the bar or something like that. And then they kept talking. So I don't know.
Give it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive or a negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Objection.
Here's what I will say.
You're aware that
Here's the thing. For me personally, I think this is a reach in terms of trying to act like Brian Higgins had motive. I mean, I understand why the defense is doing it, and he should have been looked into. I mean, obviously, many things should have been done differently, obviously, in this investigation. Here's what I will say. I think that there's plenty of other things that, to me, are like better reasons for Brian Higgins to have involvement, with what happened with John O'Keefe, versus just being ghosted by Karen, right? I mean, we see this in a lot of cases, right? Where there's motive, people kill other people because of, an affair or a love interest or whatever. I just don't think that's a part of this in any direction. I don't think Karen killed John. Again, if you're with Commonwealth, Karen killed John because of she wanted to cheat on him. I guess that's what they're saying. And I don't think, Higgins killed John because he wanted to be with Karen. Like, I don't see that going on here with them two, right? You know what I mean? So I think it's a reach for either side to really try to act like that's what's going on here. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to reiterate that. It seems like they both couldn't figure it out. If you put them in a room together and lock the door, like they'd be like, what do we do? You know what I mean? So Fender says, I thought they were talking about ghosting, not ghosting each other. So that just goes to show you that, that even more so then, right? Like to the extent that they said the word ghost, but it didn't seem like one was ghosting the other, right? That definitely echoes what I was saying there from Fender. Because they were talking to each other as they were you know what I mean? And again, it was also so far back in the whole conversations, and it was just seemed to be in jest in a way, the way I recall it. And if we want to, of course, we can also go back and look. We can go find that. Maybe if they don't pull it up, which it seems like he might pull it up, right? If he doesn't pull it up, he being Jackson, we'll go back and take a look.
based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again,
Right.
I was concentrating on reading.
Yeah.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to
Here
the
we
last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the waterfall scene though, personally. You know, I know there's some people that might see something going on. I don't know.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark, no, period, correct?
That is her response.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Higgins then responds,
I agree.
with 4 N's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins,
Mhm.
until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Oh, I forgot.
Strictly
Okay, I forgot there was a 5-day gap.
looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they.
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, to answer the question I'm asking, based on the text that's in front of you, Sergeant Buchanan.
Mhm.
Does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on.
And I'm trying to remember, did we okay. We broke this down last year with the timeline. And I feel like if memory serves, the well, the timing of that, and they might get into it. If I recall, the well was when I think they weren't expecting to see each other and they ran into each other at the waterfall. This might be what you're referencing, Kuragri. And like they show up, like she shows up and he's there. If I recall correctly, when we looked at the timestamp, then we were talking about this. Some of you guys might have been there. And we were like, oh, he sent that because they hadn't talked or whatever. And then now she shows up with John and now they're seeing each other. And now they're in the same, like he texted her when she showed up there. Well, because it was like funny to bump into it. Like, you know what I mean? Like happenstance or whatever, coincidence. And like, well, there you are. If I remember correctly.
Text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Miss Reed when he sent his text.
Oh, literally. You know what that is, guys? Let me back that up. You know what that is? Wow. They were in, that's literally what I was just saying.
On that day?
Correct.
Not on text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with this read when he sent his text.
Exactly. That's what I was just saying. So that confirms it. Great. I don't have to go searching for all the things to try to confirm that. That's what I was just saying. So my memory was correct that he sent that when they were at the waterfall together.
Correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it. Didn't she?
That's funny, Thunder.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those.
Hold on. I have to read this out loud. All right. Fender says, was listening to y'all as I did. I guess you've already saying you did not want to do makeup on a Zoom call, so I look okay on screen, even if not in real life. But yeah, okay. AI generated summary is freaking hilarious. I'm going to read this. Fender discussed her plans to leave town and meet up for a drink, as well as a humorous story involving a character named Mark and a live stream. The conversation also covered a meeting, a workout, and the app used for the workout. This is referencing Twiz, with a mention of a red minivan and a friend named Wendy. Heather, are you listening right now? It says a friend named Wendy. I'm dying. Lastly, a reference was made to a shocking ending in film. Yeah, that's pretty close. Kind of. I replaced my... Oh, I see what you're saying, Vendor. Right. Oh my God, that is so funny. Yeah, I knew Heather would... Where did it get the red minivan from? Where did it get a red minivan from? And a friend named Wendy. Of all the things, not Wendy having a friend, not Wendy going for a walk, a friend named Dude AI. Wow. Is Wendy writing the code for this AI or something right now to get back at us? That is so funny. That is like if Wendy could get revenge on us, Heather. Oh, P-Fox, thank you. Thank you, P-Fox. Higgins told her to park next to the red van. Weird that it brought that up as a detail that stood out. This is hilarious, guys. I'm going to read it again. Fender discussed her plans to leave town and meet up for a drink, as well as a humorous story. Where did it get Mark from? Where did it get Mark from? Involving a character named Mark and a live stream. I'm surprised there's no mention of Bill Clinton or whatever his name was. Not Bill Clinton. Oh my God. Bob Clinton. Whatever. The dude who they were being mean about. The conversation also covered a meeting, a workout, and the app used for the workout. I think it thinks Tworkout. Oh my God, you guys. I think it thinks Tworkout. Twiz, are you listening? I think it thinks Tworkout is an app for working out. Oh my God. $1 million idea right there. Oh my God. $1 million idea. $1 million idea for you, Twiz. Which is funny because we were just talking about this the other night. But I think it's thinking that Tworkout is an app. It needs to be. Oh my God. With a mention of a red minivan and a friend named Wendy. Lastly, a reference was made to a shocking ending in film. Is it giving any more? I want more. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. I want more of that, Fender. That's amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Twiz, did you hear that? Oh my God. Yeah, we need to talk more about the tiny waterfall, so it'll start involving that as well. Oh my God. Wow. I want another one. Okay, let's keep going. Maybe it'll give us another summary. Fender, you can't go visit your mom yet.
Text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
Hold on. I'm going to back this up because I've just had a thought. Will it have enough self-awareness to do another summary and be like, in the chat, they were talking about AI and the accuracy of the summary? Like, will it have self-awareness? You know what I mean? Good night, Pure Duckery. Thanks for being here. As always, we'll see you soon.
Him, Mr. Higgins,
Hope you had fun.
and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach you on?
Yes. Oh, offender has a client. Okay. Offender with a client.
Extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on
Did you say Defendly? Like Trooper Paul?
extraction. I cannot definitively say that this
No.
text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes. Oh, that's funny.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation: that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here?" 3 question marks following.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m.
Oh, right. Okay. That one. Okay.
May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
The fact is
Thank you.
true. Woo!
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
Again, I feel like this is getting really into the weeds. I mean, for fuck's sake. Having gone through, honestly, I appreciate that they did the whole thing this time because they didn't do this last year. Going through their entire history of their texting things, it is clear to anyone to see that it was a complicated and maybe juvenile and whatever, if you want to call it a relationship or, whatever you want to call it, thing that they had going on. You know what I mean? Where like, I don't think you can read too much into who was the last person to text the other one. I mean, come on, right? I don't
That
know.
was
That's just me.
following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11 p.m., right?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also
One could interpret that different ways. I feel like last year my thoughts on that were like that maybe it could have been Higgins being like, if you're going to come here, I don't want to be there because it's going to be awkward. And you could also interpret that as luring him or hoping he's going to show up because there was premeditated murder or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like it could go either way. But I think that it could also be wanting to avoid an awkward situation. I don't know.
aware of a call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Right. That's true, Fender.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
But
May we
dial.
approach you on?
You're approaching. Liz, I hope you heard the bit about your app. I mean, that's the $1 million idea right there. The Tworkout app. That is it. We're gonna be rich. Sure.
We're at Sergeant Bukhenik, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation,
Where were you? Okay, hang on. Look. What did you miss? What all did you? So whatever, we've done a lot here. You've missed a lot of good things. You can be on replay, but right now the crucial thing is this. Let's just pull this up one more time. So Fender did an AI summary, a generative summary. Okay, I'm gonna read I'm gonna read it one more time. The AI generated summary, and it says Fender discussed her plans to leave town and meet up for a drink, as well as a humorous story involving a character named Mark and a live stream. The conversation also covered a meeting, a workout, and the app used for the workout. And it took me a second, and then I realized, oh my God. It's talking about Tworkout. It's talking about Tworkout. It thinks Tworkout is an app used for the workout. And then I was like, oh my God, that's it. That's the $1 million idea. That's the $1 million idea. That's it. We're going to be rich. There needs to be an app called Tworkout. And I was like, an app for working out. What? And I was like, oh my God, it's talking about Tworkout. So we just have to make sure that AI doesn't try to take any of our money for that. Squirrel Crew International PLC. What's the PLC? So anywho, okay.
I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no, at some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no?
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain. We need a time frame, Mr. Judge.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before?
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard the question. Over to sidebar, please.
Fender, I don't think we have PLCs here in the U.S. Does anyone heard of that? But Twiz, what do you
It
think?
was made.
Sorry. What do you think of the $1 million idea?
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022.
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked
Okay.
at as a individual that we
Okay.
would need to get.
Kit Smith, and that's to your point, right? The ballot in defense, using Higgins to go towards that. This is it. Like, why would they not have looked into him? Why would they not have gotten his phone? Yeah, there it is.
his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensic extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? Person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you,
Sean and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of the situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate. And it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from someone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verified. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation. Yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview.
Right
just
there.
Just feet.
Yeah.
From the front door, side door, and the garage door. Right.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn. Yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass in the face. Initially, at least.
Based on verbal reports, initially that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to.
Before a lot of other things happened, but initially. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, initially it was a possibility.
When you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
A big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics, so they saw it. They described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at the nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location. Zero. You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, in say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described to this jury as being the area around fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody and sitting at the Summit Board in Kent. Correct?
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
When you talked to Brian Higgins, did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Kent and PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have memory of that, Your Honor.
That Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and investigator, you knew at the time that with dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts before when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it
Yeah,
and then
that's
creating a
stupid.
line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small
Y'all
snowbank.
know.
Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snow.
If there's no question about anything in this case, there's no question about this minuscule amount of snow that was there at this time. For fuck's sake.
Snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the lawn. Actually, he said
Yes,
lawn.
snowbank is no.
Sorry,
No.
he talked about the snowbank being in the lawn. Not right, correct? That's how you're saying.
He said he was not paying attention to anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank. Correct?
Right off to that area. Right.
And there was no snowbank. That's
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, correct?
At one point,
Are
yes,
they
we
gonna
learned
get
that.
the
And you knew that
grappling
Brian
now?
Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the Waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the Waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's on my notes.
Oh Lord, here we go. So one thing I can think
Exhibit that for
about.
or present that for the jurors.
Yes.
So here we go with the grappling. So, but one thing that I thought about too is the whole thing. It is weird with snowplow. One thing I thought of is it could have just been because he was drunk and just being stupid. You know, like, oh, I'm gonna use my snowplow. Maybe, I don't know.
To advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08. So a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that. Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk? Please.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the course permission. Sure. Can you pause
Stop
it? Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29?
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in the scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please? Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing, just a couple of buddies messing around.
I'm not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it. Can you pause it? Sergeant, do you happen to see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play. Can I pause it? Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yes, I believe she's in top right corner of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this up to 11 away, please. Is that up to 11:08? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly.
You know, the
This
whole,
is-
the whole grappling thing would have made more sense if it was Brian Albert and John O'Keefe grappling or Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe grappling. Although still, it's play fighting anyway. But it would have made more sense if it was like them with him versus them with each other. You know what I mean? Oops.
If we have lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the Waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the Waterfall and went back towards Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
You are former military
Yes.
and current law enforcement.
Yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
It's just such a read.
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 1635 to 1722 with the court's permission.
Okay. I mean, come on. It's just.
If you can pause it. Can you describe for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's
Oh my
doing.
God.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess. So.
Grappling.
Let's go ahead and play it. Thank you. If we take that down. During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again on this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to
Oh,
1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
Grappling. Oh yeah, grappling.
Can you pause it? Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You can center that just a little bit to the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. If we go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957. Pause it. Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming, or
want you to assume.
guessing. I can't make it out
Let's
to
play-
identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes,
Okay.
at this point, I can say that that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective, the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins
I believe that's Brian Albert.
and the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not
Let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking in a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission. Do
Yes.
What do you mean, Doug? It seems out of order.
you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video. And let's play it from here.
Yeah, it's definitely a very different witness order. I'm just wondering if, is that what you mean, Doug, the witness order?
Pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone. I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Yeah, the
Thank
witness
you.
order
Last
is
time.
very.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for...
The witness order is very strategic. We've talked a lot about that. The way that the Commonwealth this time around is calling witnesses or not calling them, and in the particular order is very strategic.
For the wrong person?
Sure. Okay, pause it. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is to the jurors, please, on both television?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
this
the TV?
right
Okay.
there. He appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's still engaged in conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Go ahead and play it.
What are you talking about, Heather? Are you talking about the bar tab?
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Check that down.
Great. Now here's a perfect opportunity for me to show you guys something that I just found. Look what I found. I just have to unshare, reshare. There you go. There you go, guys. Look. Unread Messages, a love story through the screen, narrated by Trooper Yuri. Audiobook. Sorry you felt neglected. Ha ha. Oh my God. Isn't this amazing? They had to use that's not actually him. It's like an AI version. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not actually him. But isn't that amazing? A love story through the screen, 100%. Okay, yeah, I don't know the reference to the bill thing, but yeah. 100% agree with this, though. Twiz, if you don't have a Tworkout app on your phone, you don't really work out. Yep. Did John just say you better run, fat boy, the way he moved his legs? I don't know. We'll take a look. Let me go back to where we were here.
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins...
Go back. Okay.
Conversation.
Pause it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, Do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Check that down.
Yeah, I don't know, P-Fox.
I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask you one more series of questions, if I could.
I know we haven't gotten to the Chloe part yet, which I have not heard, so I'm super excited.
What we've just seen was literally Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were headed to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Fairview Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, we didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could,
Yeah, I saw the running in place thing.
to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Hey.
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A.
So remember, one of the things that we were talking about last night was with these Ring doorbell videos that the Commonwealth presented on direct, was that all of them? Was that complete? Because if so, there were other times where it didn't record people coming and going because there were times where that would have been missing. And there was also some weirdness about how much snow had accumulated in like a really short period of time with the windshields and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if that comes up on Cross. And again, they don't finish Cross today. So, but anyway, but they're about to talk about this. So
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the
I saw a running in place thing. If that's what okay, so this is the one where they collide.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay, go ahead and play.
Yeah, and Hank Brennan is trying to suggest, I think, in closing, that this was on purpose from Karen.
Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With
Like-
the court's permission?
Like,
try
I
it one more
think that Hank Brennan's going to argue that he's not going to try to say they didn't collide. He's going to say they did collide, and she did this on purpose so that she could try to make it seem like this is how she broke the taillight. And the Commonwealth did play this video, but they didn't do it with the zoomed in part.
Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed in the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, Do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Ask a different question.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an
Oh
earthquake,
boy.
could be someone standing there pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video as the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if
Chloe?
I could, and ask you about a dog.
Yes.
You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe
Here we
on
go.
on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
I'll allow the question. You aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Oh boy. Well, long sidebar. Sidebar. It's a sidebar. Yeah. P. Fox saying that her kid backed into a mailbox and it busted the taillight.
You I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay.
He's not a pet owner.
So
right?
it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah?
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer own Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records. It
Don't stop there. Veterinary records from whom?
Oh boy.
From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary,
His face does. Hold on. Let me back that up. See if he's twitching. Hold on.
look into it
Oops.
officially.
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that
Oh boy.
animal?
It was veterinary records.
Don't stop there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they,
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
the veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I appreciate you letting us.
Reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report.
It did.
And is that
I just want to say, so Ms. Moja says not to be taken as a fact. In my opinion, the defense's founder has evidence that they're going to drop on the prosecution as the trial wraps up. I think you probably mean as it pertains to Chloe, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is accurate.
information in the report?
That is very
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry. What was
That
it?
you gathered along while you were doing?
Yes. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you'll take a look at those 4 documents. Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Oh my God.
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's taking quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want to answer my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
The
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid.
Yeah.
So you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there. It's gathered. It's maintained by the investigator. It's shared. It's acted on at times. But the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday. You're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, it's best practices to reduce your writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized is you can't, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses. You'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Exactly, is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
Oh, boy.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Proctor, specifically. Sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor.
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I don't have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. One me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. if your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just want to answer.
I know the answers to my questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's
okay. So it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
in some instances, yes. Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and?
Here we go.
I'm sorry. When Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory. I don't know. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Crazy.
Do you believe that's a timely
But
report?
this came out
Or a
last
timely
year,
interview
so I wasn't
for an
shocked.
eyewitness,
We knew this from last
the
year.
gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario. It would be quicker.
Yeah, you think?
So that would be, no excuses. I'm not going to bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later.
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection. The objection sustained.
Sorry, may we approach you?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Okay, approach.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antonio, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview. Yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report. Yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Okay. So this is when I think they decide to stop for the day, and they do come back on the record, though, I believe. I do believe they come back on the record. Oh, here we go.
Especially as this moves along, I think.
Okay. Well,
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for many purposes. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday and we will go a full day Monday.
interesting, coming in at 10. But yet she gave Alessi so much crap the other day about approaching to sidebar, which drove me insane.
We do every day.
Dude, it's wild.
So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll have you Monday at 10. Is
that it?
Goodbye.
Is that it? Can I do anything else? Okay.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
There you have it, guys. Wow. what a day. So the highlight for me was definitely the dramatic reading of all the text messages. Yeah, there was a number of really interesting moments. There was the bit from earlier on about with confronting him about Trooper Proctor and the Taillight pieces, and he wouldn't say who found it or who wrote it, and it was like who did it or whatever, and dramatic. Alan Jackson being really dramatic, and that was a highlight. And then he was being all like, he was like, I handed it to them, and I don't know. That was an earlier highlight. There was a lot of good stuff. So this part, and again, as I timestamp it, these will all be timestamped. All the key moments as per usual. The text messages were a whole thing, you know, again, for my taste, I think maybe spending a little bit too much time about the Bryans and the Grappling, but there's still tons of stuff they didn't get to. So things like, for example, all the other Ring camera videos, like we were talking about, you know, they have yet to go through that. And I mean, where they're leaving off is basically looking at kind of going again towards the Bowden defense, like, this is best practice and you didn't do it. That's sort of where it seems like. Now, again, coming in on Monday, you know, the jury's going to be gone for the weekend. Obviously, Alan Jackson could very much come in and start with a different line of questioning, right? And then circle back to this, since he was just getting started with it. It's not like it's going to be weird, you know, at that point. But yeah, I mean, he's just getting started with this, because that's just, he started with Ricky D'Antano here. I think there's a lot, you know, he hasn't even talked about Karen's interview yet at the home. You all let me know in the chat what else. I mean, there's tons of stuff, right? The pants is another thing. Questions about the pants, maybe. I'm sure there's more. Oh, by the way, there was a poll, guys. I forgot to keep mentioning that. There's a poll. Did everyone vote in the poll? Because I need to close that poll. Also, I was thinking for the next members only, I had an idea for that, and y'all let me know what you think. One of the ideas I had was, some of you guys may have heard me talk about how I had to write an appellate brief for the final like exam when I got my paralegal certificate. It was like a really big deal. And so I'm really proud of that. And I have that saved as a document somewhere. And so one of the ideas I thought about maybe for the next members only is we could read that, if you guys care. I don't know if y'all care, but we could read my appellate brief. And I haven't actually read it since I submitted it, and that was a long time ago. So it would be interesting to read it again. But yeah, did everybody vote in the poll if you guys wanted to? It was, how is the Commonwealth doing so far? We have, well, actually, I think like it's clear, actually. Worse than last year, better than last year, about the same. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it. Worse than last year, we have 57%. Better than last year, 19%, about the same, 24%. So definitely worse than last year is 100% in the lead. And that was Candace's question that she had from early on at the beginning of the live stream. So Miss Mojo's asking, how many days are there? This is the first trial I've watched. Really? Or no, sorry, Mary's asking. Really? This is your first gavel to gavel trial? Wow. Well, welcome to the world of gavel to gavel trials. So they are expected, it's expected to last 6 weeks, I believe. So this is day 13. The way they count the weeks is like, you know, even if it's not all 5 days. Like, for example, if there's a week where they only have court 3 days, it's still going to count as a week. So it's a bit funny like that. But like, in other words, you can't just do like 5 times 6 or whatever. But I think we just finished week 3, actually. I think we just finished week 3, if memory serves. So we're going to be starting week 4 on Monday. But the 6 weeks is the estimate, I believe, and for the jury. Now, last year it was 9 weeks, but they also had a lot of days off, and then they also did half days, like what, 2 days a week or something. So not to mention this time they've also, you know, the Commonwealth has pared down the witness list substantially and whatnot. So it's moving along a lot quicker than the first trial did. But yeah, so from my recollection, I think we'll be starting week 4. So ostensibly 3 weeks to go. Now that estimate is usually, including the time they try to estimate that, including the time for like deliberations and like verdict and all that. Right. So in other words, it might be that they are thinking 5 weeks or 5.5 weeks of testimony. And then, but they usually try to overestimate rather than underestimate. Right. So, but I'm pretty sure it was 6 weeks was the estimate. Oh, yes, to reading the brief. Cool. Yeah, now, like if you're following it all with Idaho v. Koberger, that trial is expected to last 3 months. So this is not a long trial. 6 to 8 weeks is pretty standard for most murder trials. Although this is not quite a murder trial, I mean second degree, but 6 to 8 weeks is pretty standard for murder trials. For the vast majority of them, I would say. And, like Alex Murdaugh, that was 8 weeks. Again, Karen Reed's first trial was 9 weeks. Trying to think. Yeah, but, well, that's cool. So then we will do that on the next members only. I don't know when that'll be yet, because there's just a lot going on. Speaking of which, tomorrow we will get caught up with BK. There's some new documents, and I also want to talk about the non-dissemination order, because that's been coming up a lot recently. And actually, we were talking about it on the last Idaho v. Koberger live stream. So we're going to go through that and refresh everyone's recollection on that whole thing and read the new court docs. And we might also watch another video if there's another interesting one. And we also need to get caught up on Adelson's, because Charlie Adelson filed his appeal. And if I can get the document, we need to cover the state's response for Lori Vallow's motion for a new trial. And then we also have some other stuff to get caught up with Shanna Gardner. So there's all those things. So we will be doing that. Fender says she's an hour behind, but she won't be skipping because there's some bombshells that come in. Awesome. How are you? Oh, right. Because you had your, how did it go, Fender? I guess you're not listening to me. I'll type it in the chat. How did it go with your client? For anyone who's not familiar, Fender is an awesome therapist. Oh, that's funny. So I guess you can hear me. That's good. Good to know. Can you hear me now? Good to know. And yeah, for anyone else too, remember, y'all can always go in the Discord and put any requests or things like that nature, recommendations for members only live streams or videos. There's a thread for members only for anyone that wants to say, hey, can we do this? And like literally the sky's the limit. I mean, we can do whatever you guys want to do. So if y'all ever think of things, you can always put those in there. And I'll also put the link as well for members. So for anyone who wants to become a member, feel free. Same old. We start normal and end up on some fucking trauma. Well, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be, right? Isn't that's means you're doing it right? Do you guys know the song "Doing It Right"? Everybody da, 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 doing it right, da, 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 doing it right. Who is that? Doom, doom, doom. Oh, I think it's LCD Sound System. No, I haven't listened to them in a long time. Anyway, I think that's who that is. No, it's Daft Punk. I'm an idiot. Daft Punk. Sorry. Daft Punk. Anyway. I think anyway. Let's see. No, wait. Yeah, no, I think it's Daft Punk. Just kidding. Okay. Anywho. Yeah. What a great idea, Heather, huh? Hang on. Our friend Wendy, according to the AI.
Yesterday, I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendy made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know? Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just
Dude,
come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a whole hawk. Bitch, how old are you? Yes. Watch out for the red vans always. For real, for real. But that'll be it for this one, guys. So thanks as press play. Thanks as always for being here and being awesome squirrels. There's probably going to be, it might even be worth, again, when I do timestamps, I'm always like, oh wow, I noticed this other thing. It might be worth doing a part 2 on this where we cover some things. If I notice some things that I'm like, whoa, we didn't notice this, or I didn't notice this, or we didn't talk about this, or whatever, we might do a follow-up, but we'll just sort of see. But yeah, it was a lot, wasn't it? And it will continue on Monday. But thanks as always for being here and being amazing squirrel friends. I love you guys, and I'll see y'all next time.